or university, let's say, they work for, so it is the teacher who should do most of all. But luckily, there are also some technology-assisted teaching tools that they can use for their teaching. Okay, so we will talk today and discuss on the issues beginning from the needs analysis of preparing, designing and developing an English for a specific purpose course, syllabus, especially in an interdisciplinary curriculum. And also we will talk about ESP teacher competences today. So with this workshop, which includes, let's say, the basic concerns about teaching ESP, we hope you, dear participants, will have a good comment of the issues or the things about teaching ESP more effectively. Yes, I am Meltem Huri Baturay. I am working at the university, Atılım University in Turkey, Ankara. I am the moderator of the first session and one of the presidents of this amazing event, okay? I'm very proud to be here with you. As I said, I am an EdTech professor, but I have a background in English language teaching, and I am also the founding leader and the president of Latin Group, Learning and Teaching Innovations Research and Development Group, which is the first and only patented learning organization of Turkey. Now, which is now no more not Turkey, but Turkey. You know, our country's name changed and we are happy with that, Turkey. Let's call it from now on. So I would like to start with the first speaker. Let me introduce you with Dr. Bandura. Just a minute. Dr. Baya Bandura to make the opening speech of this workshop. She is the head of the foreign language department. Dr. Bandura, are you here? Dr. Bandura, are you with us?
She is trying to join, okay, you know, because of the new link, they are just accepting one by one. Okay. Dr. Aish, would you help us, please, for Dr. Bandura to join?
Okay, till she comes, would you like to start?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Then I will invite her again, okay? Now I would like to leave this screen to Dr. Wafa, who is the organizer of this event. Yes, Dr. Wafa, we are with you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, madam, okay. Okay, you know that she is excluded from the meeting. Dr. Aish, please try to accept Dr. Bandura to join the meeting. Thank you so much. So good morning. Good morning, everyone.
So we can't see you, Dr. Wafa. We can't see you. We only see your name. Maybe you can.
You can see, yeah, just a second.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see me now?
Yes, very clearly. You're welcome, dear.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, good morning, everyone. Our distinguished presidents, Professor Dr. Meltem and Dr. Turki, our speakers, keynote speakers, researchers, EFL teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone to this awaited second international workshop on training EFL teachers to become effective ESP practitioners. Well, first, let me tell you how the idea came into my mind and why I intended to organize this event. As we all know, and as it is agreed that any decision made in designing language teaching programs in ESP context should hinge on the learner's needs for learning English. However, what can we note or observe, mainly in the Algerian context, is that there isn't a separation between ESP English for specific purposes and EGP English for general purposes, especially when it comes to syllabuses and methodology. English for academic purposes, EAP, and English for general purposes, EGP, are considered to be won by the majority of teachers. In fact, what is taught now in the general education or private institutions is typically English for general purposes. And to some extent, what is taught now in our universities under the term ESP is typically general English. Besides, needs assessment or needs analysis, which is a major component of ESP, rarely exists. And if it does, it is not systematic because it's only based on teachers' intuitions. Moreover, the methodology adopted in teaching in the majority of classes is uniform. That is, a teacher would enter the class with the same kind of methodology in mind, regardless of the aims of each program. Unfortunately, ESP courses in different non-English departments are always put in the same basket and labeled as programs of teaching English. As a matter of fact, there are crucial parameters that ought to be taken into consideration when designing syllabuses, such as the nature of language to be taught and used, the learners, the setting, and the objectives to be realized. The main objective of this workshop is first to train ESP teachers and prepare them for their tasks as practitioners, improve the teaching of ESP in non-English departments, mainly biology, computing, etc. Where I do believe that such workshops are really significant and important because it would enable EFL teachers to be aware of needs analysis importance in the field of ESP, conduct needs analysis, and finally, design effective ESP courses that would better meet the students' needs. Let me tell you that it's an immense pleasure to be standing today in front of all the most esteemed scholars who have won accolades in this field of interest. I'm highly obliged to the following researchers, starting by the head of department, Dr. Bint Rahbeya, for her unconditional support and encouragement. The president of this also conference, or president, Professor Meltem Harry Battery, for her continuous assistance, kindness, and motivation. Professor Dr. Madhubala Babaherji, for her dedication and commitment to work. Dr. Katalin Egriku-Mesu, for accepting the invitation despite her busy schedule. And of course, Dr. Borsaki and Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Esma Menei for accepting to take part in this international workshop. Now, I would like to thank the president, the former teacher and supervisor and a keynote speaker of this event, Dr. Turki Barket, my life role model. I'd like to thank him for everything because he has been supervising me and let's say making the path for my career endeavor. I'm eternally indebted. I'd like also to say some few points because I wasn't really convinced of the biodata due to his modesty. I'd like to tell you some few words about his long experience and career. So for his degrees, I'm going to share a brief biodata, a detailed biodata of him. Well, he is a holder of MA in Applied Linguistics, University of Suffolk, Manchester, Great Britain. He's a holder of PhD in Language and Civilization, University Montouri, Constantine, Algeria. He is an associate professor in grammar, phonetics, linguistics, written expression, oral expression, ESP, applied linguistics, and discourse analysis. And he has been teaching all these just amazingly. For pedagogical and administrative responsibilities, he has been the head of department of Mohammed Khedr University of Biskra, Algeria, in 2001-2002, head of scientific committee 2010-2016, member of scientific council, member of disciplinary council, head of applied linguistics research lab, CNEPRI 2006-2007. He has a great number of publications, nearly 9 publications, and he has taken part in different national and international conferences. It's a pleasure to collaborate with you as a president and an eminent scholar our keynote speaker. Now I give the floor to Professor Melton to invite. I'd like to thank you again all, and I apologize again for what has just happened.
Thank you, dear Dr. Wafa. Thanks for this warm opening speech. So let's, call for Dr. Bandura. Is she with us? Let's see.
Let me, okay.
If not, we can go on with Professor Dr. Madhu, because I cannot see her name in the participants. So let's wait if you like for 2 minutes then, or should I wait?
Okay, I'm asking Dr. Aish for allowing her to join. She's with us.
So
she's talking to me, but she cannot have access. Okay, please accept her.
Dr. Warniqi?
Yes, Dr. Turki.
I think we'd better that you start with me at the end, as long as Professor Madhu is not available. Instead of losing time, I can just present my contribution while waiting for her intervention.
All right.
Okay, sure. Dr. Turki, would you like to share?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, she has joined.
All right.
Let's wait.
So if you want to go ahead first, I'm all right.
Oh, it's okay. No, it's all right. Absolutely not. Please.
I was here all the time. I've been here all the time. It's just that I switched off.
Yeah, Professor Dr. Madhu, if it is okay for you, we can go on with her. I'm very happy to see you again, Dr. Madhu. We were
same here.
First one. So
yes.
The screen is yours. Would you like to share anything presentation?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Wafa, again for your invitation, and the chairperson, Prof. Melton, for seeing you. It's a pleasure again. Yeah, and everyone else, I see some similar names, some are new, but yeah, okay, so let me just share with this. I requested to be the first one because it's about 5:30 in the evening already in Malaysian time. Okay, let me just share my screen. Okay.
So which university are you from? I would like to say, actually, it's Segi University. Is that Segi?
Segi. It's called Segi.
Segi University, Malaysia. And you
yes.
are which department?
I'm with the Faculty of Education, Languages. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Dr. Madhu. Yes, we are with you. Can you share?
Okay. Yeah, I will. One moment, yeah. You have to enable me to share.
Yes, I can see that the technical people can help us maybe to make her the co-host of this event, because I cannot make it here. I don't have I actually checked, but I cannot make it. Or Dr.
Professor Madhu, you can provide a brief bio about yourself till he allows share. Yes, I am asking him to share.
All right, sure. Okay, I've been with the university. This is my second university. Prior to this, I was with Multimedia University for 23 years. I joined the Sagi University. I'm now about 2 years here. It's a pleasure. I enjoy doing what I'm doing now. I basically supervise students, PhD and master's students. I've got some research projects as well, ongoing research projects that are national and funded by the Ministry of Higher Education, as well as the university itself. So I've got 2 or 3 projects coming up on assessment literacy, on learning lost because of COVID, literacy development, homeschool partnership development. So those are areas that my grant has been approved on. So I'm working on those things now. And I supervise PhD and master's. I've got about 20 students with me now. 3 are about to submit their thesis, and the rest are still working on their work. So basically, I've got vast experience in teaching, administration as well. All right, I've been the dean, the director, you name it, and I've gone through all the administrative process that there is in the university. Yeah, so that's why I'm very happy now to just be teaching and supervising students. Yeah, so I'll be glad to work with anybody. Today's workshop is mostly to do with a hands-on. I told Wafa I need a hands-on session because this is basically a workshop. So it's going to be a hands-on, and I will need people to work on the questionnaire that I plan to do, right, for today's session. So I hope to have active participation going on among you guys when I do my workshop. I still am not able to share my screen yet because it says host disable participant screen sharing. So I will need
it's allowed now, Dr. Madhu.
It's allowed?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, I can do
it's
it.
not.
I can do it. Look. I can do it. I don't know why it's not your case. Okay, it's okay.
I can't.
Okay.
Or maybe if, yeah, I can't. Or Dr. Turki, you want to start first? I don't know why I can't, so that we do not hold back the session.
We cannot do. I tried, but
I can't. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah.
Maybe Dr. Turki, you want to start first while we do not delay, hold back?
Absolutely.
Can you share yours?
Yes, there's no problem at all. I think this is due to some security measures.
Right.
They are very conscious about displaying any kind of videos. It's all controlled, but that's why we are unable to work in the best conditions we would have hoped for. So,
that's why that's why I propose, that's why I propose you go off Facebook.
Yes, I don't have any videos in particular to show to the honorable audience, but I would like just to present orally my contribution, and I am still shocked to my knowledge that it has never happened in this manner, but I'm still totally convinced that this is a sabotage which is directed, of course, to Dr. Warniqi, but I am still her eternal support, advisor, supervisor, and keep going, please. It's not this kind of heinous, and I don't know how to qualify it, which is going to discourage us. So can I start my intervention?
Yes, please do.
Okay. My contribution is entitled TSP Instruction Through an Interdisciplinary Curriculum. I'm not going to deal with matters which are practical in terms of teachers' methodologies or tasks or activities. I'm going to be more interested in aspects which have to do with applied linguistics, with curriculum design. I leave the needs analysis operation to the contributions of my colleagues who are going to intervene lately this morning, maybe at the beginning of the afternoon. And I would like to talk about what is meant by interdisciplinary curriculum within the context of ESP courses. And you know, our students today, they're going to become, of course, tomorrow scientists, researchers, and technologists. And you know, our technical world becomes even more complex. And these engineers and technicians will require an interdisciplinary, of course, skills, interdisciplinary skills that will allow them to analyze, not just to speak the English language, to analyze, interpret, and apply information to vastly different systems. Therefore, today's and even more in the future, the university educational system must address the need for interdisciplinary skills by challenging really the students and about technical critical thinking and problem solving skills in the curriculum structure. And it's evident at the end that the vehicle which can efficiently contribute in the realization of such endeavor, and that represents the universal lingua franca, is the English language. Now, what are we concerned with is the notion of interdisciplinary curriculum. That says an idea about how are you going to organize the curriculum in terms of ESP teaching or EGP teaching. How are you going to do that? And within this context, the general principles of the interdisciplinary curriculum are respectively developing the scientific and technological literacy and capability of those who experience it. The second principle is consisting of a spectrum of programs that address the preceding goals of general education, of course, up to occupationally specific ones. And the third element is spanning the range of formal and informal instruction as found in, like in the Algerian situation nowadays, as found in both public and private sectors in terms of teaching general English or ESP in particular. Now, in order to create an interdisciplinary curriculum, we have to take into consideration a very crucial condition, which is the content correlation. How are we going to create this content correlation? And the content correlation of subjects represents the backbone of interdisciplinary curriculum, in fact. And it's viewed in general by most educators in literature as the organization and the transfer of knowledge on a unified continuum from general to specific. And we can list here some reasons why we should take this into consideration. Number one, it teaches students how to transfer knowledge. And it involves the community as a learning environment. It's not just indoors, but outdoors activities. Teaches students how to analyze, explain, and apply knowledge, not just to be a recipient of the knowledge. It is competency-based, of course, and students are taught how to make decisions in addition. And students also learn how to work cooperatively in classroom situation activities or elsewhere with the others. And finally, it improves knowledge retention on the part of the learners. So how are we going to translate all this theoretical background into something which is much more practical? And I have decided to take the case study of technology. That is using, for example, energy efficiently or sustained energies, which is the subject matter of the present days throughout the whole world. So what are we say, or how are we going to organize the technological aspects of teaching technology in general? We have divided it into 4 components, respectively. We begin with the objects and processes. We teach objects and processes, for example, and this implies the technological measures to save energy and to use sustainable energies. The second component is called courses of action. And what are we supposed to do as activities in relationship to the students' tasks to be achieved? Like, for example, gathering information, analyzing, and outlining the kind of information that they are going to, of course, learn. The third component is about the technological areas that should be incorporated, like within this context, in relationship to energies, like, for example, heating technology, solar technology, and aerodynamics. These are, of course, representatives of the sustained energies. This is one component which is primordial in teaching technology. And finally, we shouldn't forget the job holders or people who intend to work within a particular area, like the element that we have called.
Dr. Torko, can I ask something? Sorry for interrupting you. Our participants are asking for the slides. Did you share or you don't have slides? Just to check.
I am using my phone just right now. I've got great problems. And the slide is with Dr. Warniqi. I have asked that to display it. I don't know if she has done it or not.
Okay, okay, Dr. Torko, you can go.
The slide is, I would ask if she can hear me. Dr. Warniqi, would you please display the slide of the case study of sustained energies?
Okay, we will make it. Please, you go on. We will share it. Sorry for interrupting.
I have nearly finished this case
Okay.
study anyway. So,
can you see it, please? Can you see it?
well, I can see you.
Which means you cannot see it.
And I can see the doctor.
Thank you. Just let me share. Okay.
I'm sure we are all shaken up until now. So please, the audience, they will excuse us. So can I continue? I want to gain time to give the opportunity to the others to participate.
Sure, Dr.
Can I continue?
Yes, go on, please.
Okay, so the last component is related to what I have called the vocational areas. For example, jobs like heating engineers or electricians, we should also take into account the kind of occupation that will be exercised by the learners. This is just a kind of very, very brief representation of how we can combine certain aspects of disciplines in relationship to one specific area in science or technology and present it to the students. Of course, this should be absolutely preceded by a needs analysis operation. Now, in summary, I think that our responsibility as educators and practitioners and administrators of curricula and the program we support, we should facilitate change and innovations. And I think the needs of our students, as well as the needs and the requirements of the workplace, must be met if we are to maintain a productive and business environment. And within this context, I would like to just share a few thoughts which are not purely academic, but I think they would be of great help to some novice teachers of ESP. For example, in our situation, I'm talking about 30 years ago, when we talk about doctors, they learn to become doctors. And when we talk about an architect, they learn to become architects. And when we talk about an engineer, they learn to become engineers. However, we are just holders of a post-graduation degree. We are not teachers. We can't pretend that we are teachers, and we have been confronted to such a situation. We have been enrolled, of course, and recruited at the university, and they have said, okay, you're holders of a post-graduation degree, but we are not teachers, not really like a doctor, engineer, or architect. And we were supposed to present a program which we would have eventually elaborated. We would have, of course, been able to proceed with the needs analysis, to prepare the program. There were no programs available, and even no in-service or pre-service training to make of us teachers at the university level. And that's why now the present situation is really more comfortable, because, you know, we do not assign the function of the work of the job of teaching before a pre-service training. And that's why an interdisciplinary curriculum is quite useful. For example, to me, Dr. Warniki is the best representative of what we call a modern teacher in terms of interdisciplinary abilities. You should be a teacher able to teach general English and ESP, and you should be also able to have a mastery of ICT, and as an organizer as well, as a leader as well. All these aspects, they are closely related to the operation of teaching a foreign language in terms of general English or in terms of ESP. Now, to conclude, I would like to suggest to the honorable audience just a kind of an activity, as long as we are dealing with a workshop organized presentation. And here, I think it's available now. You can see it on the screen. This is what I propose. I have gathered 10 principles which are closely related, or principles or parameters that can characterize either or both of ESP and EGP. And I asked those who would like to participate to classify them in the suggested table. That is, this is the operation. They analyze the principle of the parameter and try to classify it as a parameter which belongs to ESP or EGP. And to make the operation a little bit, not really very complex, but more interesting in my view, is that if we choose ESP or EGP, we can classify this parameter in relationship to time allotment as pre-sessional or in-sessional. That is, you should do this or put into application this parameter before the starting of the teaching operation or during, that is, as a kind of a readjustment operation during the teaching process. So 10 parameters. If you want, you can do it later on, or doesn't matter, but it's just, we can discuss it later on if you
prefer to do it all together, Dr. Turki, if you don't mind. We prefer to do the exercise. Yeah.
Right now?
Yes, if you don't mind, of course.
Well, I leave that to you. I'm going to remember all days and play the role of the teacher. Why don't you do it for us? And don't want to give the key directly. And I'm going to try you, Dr. Warneke. Can you do that?
Okay, sure. Yes, with a great pleasure. So
yes, go ahead, please. Yes.
Okay, you explain the activity and I may help. Okay, you explain the activity, what they are supposed to do exactly, and then I can intervene and help. There is absolutely no problem.
So we have 10 principles, 10 parameters. Are we going to classify them as belonging to ESP or EGP, right? And once we decide that they should be classified within the process of ESP or EGP, we should also be more precise and say whether this parameter should be pre-sessional, that is before the operation, teaching operation, or during the teaching operation. This is what I have called pre-sessional or in-sessional. And the 10 parameters are above the table. We begin by number 1. Learners can usually identify their own language needs. Where are we going to classify this? Dr. Warneke?
Yes, Dr. Turki, just a second. Yeah.
I know it's really not very easy to do that through the phone, but just want to try to see if participants will be able to classify those parameters.
Okay, I'm back. Dr. Turki, okay. So the task is, as he has already explained, Dr. Turki, right now we are supposed to classify these 10 sentences.
Yeah.
Into because it's a kind of differentiating between ESP and EGP. Okay, right. This is the first. Am I right, Dr. Turki? Am I in the right path? So we would like to make a kind of difference or differentiate between ESP and EGP. So in the first place, you are supposed to classify them. Which parameter belongs to ESP and which parameter belongs to EGP? Yes. Then after, and some of the parameters may be the characteristic of both ESP and EGP.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
After that, we are going to classify them at the beginning, whether it's ESP belongs to ESP or EGP. Then we decide, should it be done before the session or during the session?
Yes, that's right.
In sessional or pre-sessional. Okay. Yeah. So I guess this is exactly the task. We start by number 1. Dr. Turki, would you read or I read instead? What do you prefer?
Sorry, there is a participant who has a question raising his hand. Can we ask him? Yes.
Maybe he wants to classify. Okay, no, just a second. Let me read the first one, and you give him. Yeah, and he would be welcome. Okay. So the first parameter that Dr. Turki has suggested is as follows: learners can usually identify their own language learners needs. Can usually identify their own language needs. Is it for ESP or EGP?
ESP.
ESP, of course.
ESP.
If they like, they can write in the chat box. People, the participants can write in the chat box. Which one is it? ESP, EGP. Yes.
They say it's ESP. Dr. Turki, you're correct. You say with
Shall I interfere?
Yes,
I am absolutely delighted by the right answers. I think it's so easy for our participants.
Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Salim, our participants would like to talk. Yes, please.
Yes, please. Shall I interfere?
Sure, please.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So pleased to be part of you. So when you speak about needs analysis or needs, kind of needs, automatically we are going to speak about ESP. And as you know that the ESP learners are part of the course, they can contribute to tackle and to plan and to build up the course. So automatically the first idea is relevant to ESP.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, absolutely. Yes, that's absolutely right. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Warniki.
Okay, then is it pre-sessional or in-sessional? Do we conduct needs analysis during the session or before?
Shall I interfere again?
Oh no, let's give the opportunity to someone else, please. We need all contributors to take part. Yeah?
Shall I interfere?
Please.
Yes, Radia. Yes, Dr. Radia, welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, so pleased to be here with you. I'm outside in my car waiting for my son. Good. When reading this list, of course, thank you, Dr. Turki, for giving us the opportunity to work with you this morning. Good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, as far as the second, teachers have to predict language needs. Well, actually, when you presented, I classified them, but I stopped at this second one. Teachers has to predict. Well, here I say prediction. Well, prediction is planning for the future. Well, what learners are those needs? I'm a little bit confused when reading this statement.
Okay.
Dr. Turki.
Yes.
Would you
I come back to the second idea always?
Yes, you moved already, but we have to say first, Dr. Turki, the floor is yours. Okay, you.
No, and I mean, have some problems. There are cuts.
Would you please give me opportunity to shed light on the second idea?
Please.
Just a second. Okay, it's the question directed to Dr. Turki. Okay, then when we open the debate,
yes,
or just for interaction, but for added knowledge, it's after the debate, please. Now we give Dr. Turki. Okay.
No, it's all right because I have told you, Dr. Warniki, I have some problems in connection because I'm just using my phone and I didn't really hear the question. That's why.
Okay, I repeat it. She says for Dr. Radia, she has moved to the second question. Let's first say that needs analysis should be conducted as a pre-sessional. It means before designing any ESP course, we have to conduct what we call needs analysis, or we have to conduct needs analysis questionnaire. And the needs analysis is supposed to determine which language points or which skills are to be taught. This is for the first. Now, Dr. Radia Bougaps from ENS Constantine has moved directly to the second one, and she asked you the following questions. She says that she is a bit confused about this. Teacher has to predict language needs. Okay, I guess Dr. Turki, they have first, they have to classify, then you answer her. I guess so.
Yes.
Shall I have an idea always about this idea?
Please, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, if you, the second idea, it's about, you said the teachers to predict the language needs. To predict. Right. I wanted to change the word to predict, but to determine or to ascertain, to identify, to describe. Once you determine the needs here as an ESP practitioner, you can plan the course that meets the students' needs.
Can I say
just something?
Wafa.
Yes, Dr. Radia, go ahead.
Okay, well, now I will take that. Okay, sorry, Dr. Turki, please. GB word. Well, here I got it now. Well, it happens during an English for general purpose, not near
Right, that's it. And you are supposed to classify, Dr. Radia. This is the purpose.
So through instruction, well, as a teacher, I can predict that, well, my learners' needs will be as follows. Thank you.
That's it. So we are going to answer the second one. Teachers have to predict language needs. Yeah.
Please, can I make two small clarifications?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, the choice of the word to predict has been selected on purpose because I am talking about a situation of a novice teacher at university level teaching. Here, of course, we are concerned with the general English, of course, English for general purposes. And, you know, in those situations, there is not a program which already exists. And the teacher has to predict certain needs because for novice teachers, they are unable, of course, with the absence of pre-service training or in-service training at the level of university, they are unable to produce or to elaborate a needs analysis operation. And consequently, when they are required to teach, for example, grammar to students in the English studies, they don't have a program, they can't proceed with the needs analysis, and consequently, they are obliged in such a manner to predict the needs of their students. And that's why I have incorporated this point in particular, because it reflects the reality of the situation of some Algerian universities just a few years ago.
Absolutely, Dr. Tucker, I'm enjoying. I feel that I am listening to one of your delivered amazing lectures. So would you allow me to add one thing? So Dr. Tucker is doing this on purpose. I mean, he is asking you, this is the workshop, what he's talking about, to classify whether it belongs to ESP and or EGP, okay? So for teachers has to predict language needs, it can be classified to AGP, because for the case of ESP, the learners are already aware of their needs.
Helping the teacher, yes, that's right, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So let's move on to the third one, because there are 10 and we are running out of time, you know. Number 3.
Needs often fairly limited and easy to define.
Are often limited.
Needs are often fairly limited and easy to define. So,
yeah, ESP.
Yes, of course, it's ESP. That's talking about ESP. Yes. Limited and easy to define because they have something to do with the specialism of the students. And consequently, in addition to a needs, of course, analysis operation, it will be quite easy. Learning needs, of course, when we talk about needs often fairly limited, here we are talking about an operation which should take place pre-sessional. We should already know the needs and then proceed with the teaching operation. Okay, who would like to do number 4?
All right. So for learners need English to express things they already know. They need English to express things they already know.
What's up?
Yes, right. Radia, you're a good learner. The others, please, okay? We need all to interact, okay, in this workshop.
Learners need English to express things they already know, okay? By things, we are talking, of course, about topics, about issues. So.
Can I answer?
Yes, please. Yes, of course. I have asked you in the first place to do that.
Okay. So learners need English to express things they already know. I guess it's for ESP. Yes. Because as we know that ESP learners, they already have a general background in EGP and they are learning ESP to know even more English.
That's right. And if you, just an observation, if you put this parameter in particular within the context of English for general purposes, let's say in a situation at university level, you don't ask, for example, students to tell you or to inform you or acknowledge you about topics in grammar or in metalinguistic studies like in linguistics, because they don't have any kind of experience in those domains and they are not specialists. Whereas when we talk about the ESP context, we are dealing with learners who have already acquired a certain level in the context of their specialism, and consequently, when they talk about machine or about architecture, about whatever the kind of technology or science they are dealing in the process with, it will be easier to express themselves because they are dealing, of course, in very familiar grounds. That's the idea. Yes, yeah. Number 5.
Learners need English as a means of access to new knowledge. Learners need English as a means of access to new knowledge.
It can be both.
I think it concerns both of them. What do you think?
It seems to me it suits both.
Please go ahead. I have appreciated your first intervention, sir. Would you please develop a little bit? I have liked your answer, the first one. Is there an argumentation that you can provide us with?
Concerning number 5?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it is English. Learners need English as a means to access, yes, to new knowledge. Now, if you speak about the general language students, they learn English to cope with the English language, maybe its culture, its linguistic background, its to carry on further studies, etc. Meanwhile, it suits the ESP learner as well. So if we come back to the students of biology or medical sciences or being a pilot, so they study English whether for the EAP or the EOP. That's why I said whether general English language learners or ESP learners are concerned with learning English, and always we underline the word needs.
Yes, that's absolutely right. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to number 6. Vocabulary of specialism often not known. Vocabulary of specialism often not known. What do you think about it?
Okay, we want someone else. Okay.
Who would like to intervene, please?
I'm here.
The questions are elaborated in a kind of, let's say, we have just tried to put them in a kind of tricky manner, which can be interpreted in many ways, so that we add a little bit more difficulties to make the, I would call it just the activity or the game more agreeable, that's all. So,
shall I interfere again?
Oh, please, let's check. Okay, some are writing ESP. Dr. Turki Bilqis Hayed, she's writing ESP.
If there are no people who would like to intervene, I think we should give the opportunity to the gentleman.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you allow them to do that, Dr. Warniki, because I'm just me checking the task. Okay.
You are the assessor again.
Yes?
Yes, please. Yes, the Professor Melton, I guess 2 are raising their hands. Can you see?
Sorry, again?
Yes, those who are raising their hands to interfere, please.
Yeah, Dr. Radia and Salim.
Yes. Yeah, where are you? Where have you started? Where?
Learners need English as a means of access to new knowledge.
Well, this is
over.
Yeah,
to parameter 6, please. It's not number 5. It's number 6.
Okay, vocabulary of specialism often not known. Well, this is English for general purpose.
Yes, of course.
Okay, no. Can you please argument?
Okay, well, let me read this again. Well, vocabulary of specialism often not known. I can say this is for an English for as a general purpose teacher, Muslim.
Yes, we justify the first part of the answer because vocabulary of specialism is talk about the specialism of the ESP learners. They already know their specialty. Now, what I am really thinking of, just to clarify this point, because maybe it's not absolutely clear, when you talk about specialism, I'm talking about students at university level who are enrolled in language, of course, English language studies, and they are enrolled in some courses which are highly specialized. For example, I have faced huge problems making students understand, for example, the terminology of Chomsky while teaching the linguistics course to them. we put this within the context of general English at the university level for students who are enrolled in English studies in the Algerian universities, but they are not learning English in terms of written expression or oral expression, the usual language skills. When they are enrolled, for example, second year linguistic course or linguistics course, and the program of the linguistics course, for example, incorporates scholars like Chomsky, like Ferdinand de Saussure, the structuralist leaders. And in this case, I faced many difficulties using the terminology of Chomsky. How can we explain to a second-year student what is meant by generative grammar, phrase structure rules, tree diagram? These are highly specialism or technical linguistic terms which are very difficult to be accessible to the students. And that's why I have thought of classifying this point within, in relationship to this justification, within the context of general English, but in fact, they are not really studying general English. Those students are studying linguistics, are studying phonetics, not in the sense of how to practice the pronunciation of the oral sounds. They are studying phonetics theoretically, description of sounds, etc. That doesn't mean that if I am able to describe the consonants or the vowels and how they are pronounced by the speech organ through the speech organs, does this make me someone who is efficient or proficient in pronouncing with English? That's the problem. So the terminology in phonetics or linguistics doesn't really help be a better proficient in the mastery of the language, of the English language. It's purely theoretical, and it's a specialism terminology which is really difficult for the students. That's my argumentation.
Absolutely, Dr. Tarki. Just I want to add something, if you don't mind. Then Radia, you can also add something if you want. Yes. If you don't mind, Dr. Tarki, you know, you have made a kind of hot debate. I absolutely agree with you in this point. Why? Vocabulary of specialism often not known. It can be classified for EGP because it is not the case of ESP, since technical vocabulary learners are the primary knowers of their subject specialism and are considered as collaborators with their teachers because they are better. They better know the technical words, and they need instead the core vocabulary, what we call the semi-technical vocabulary, to be learned. So for vocabulary, technical words, we can just check whether learners know how to check in dictionaries in terms of pronunciation, etc. So I totally agree with you in this point. You have.
And I think Dr. Warneke, number 7, parameter number 7, logically follows number 6, which is learners will need to acquire new vocabulary during studies. Learners will need to acquire new vocabulary during studies, and I think the answer is quite simple in this case. Who would like to volunteer?
EGP.
EGP, of course, because in relationship to my previous argumentation, when you teach, for example, theoretically phonetics or linguistics, theoretical linguistics, this is a kind of terminology which is not familiar to the students, and that's why they will need to acquire this new vocabulary if they want to understand really the course. I call it the course of phonetics or linguistics, and that's why we consider it as a new vocabulary to them. Okay, number 8, short, intensive, and cost-effective courses. Short, intensive, and cost-effective courses.
ESP?
ESP, of course.
Yes.
Because in the situation of Algeria, in previous years, we were charged to provide ESP courses to an oil company for our colleagues who are not Algerian. It's Sonatrach. Sonatrach is the old state or governmental oil company in Algeria. And then they have said, you proceed with your needs analysis, but bear in mind that it should be intensive, it should be over a short period of time, and the costs should reflect, of course, if you want an amount of money, if you want to be paid well, the money that we're going to provide you with should be absolutely in equal evaluation with what you are going to present to our trainees. And that's why short,
Dr.
intensive,
Turki,
and cost-effective.
Dr. Turki, yes, stopping at this point, okay, I guess that's, I remember previous years they brought new interchange, it was the handbook, new interchange was used as an ESP textbook to train, to train some, to provide an ESP training. And
Yes.
it was used, yeah, it's KOST, this textbook. Many teachers have had used it until now. Okay, till now, in our school, okay, they are using it to train teachers, developing their skills for the new. Universities school year 2023-24.
You
They are
mean,
using it. Yeah.
I didn't, okay, I didn't have access to this. Is it kind of manual? Is it kind of it's,
it is, a textbook. Including I think 4 or 5 volumes.
Yes.
They are using it, but I'm totally against such a choice, because using a syllabus that is the result of others' needs cannot serve all situations.
I would like to make this observation, and to my knowledge is quite logical. You cannot put into application a preconceived textbooks as long as you are dealing within the context of ESP, for the simple reason that ESP always should be preceded by the needs analysis. How do we know that these textbooks will fulfill the needs of this particular category of trainees? So here lies the importance of the needs analysis, because it's going to determine what should be the offerings to the students in to our trainees or the students. And yes, a preconceived, even if it is concerned with the same domain, let's say oil energy or oil production, things like that, but the category of trainees will have different needs. We have been asked, for example, as far as responsibles of Sonatrach in this oil company, to insist on the writing skill, not the speaking skill, because they have said we have correspondence with oil companies through the internet, and we do not really talk, we write, we make reports over machines or turbines, and this is between, for example, I don't know, an oil company in Great Britain and Sonatrach. So the needs are going to be different, even if it is concerned with the same specialism in relationship to teaching ESP. You're absolutely right. It's not very useful. I don't think so.
Yeah, thank you, Dr.
Number 9, tendency towards one-to-one teaching and small interest groups. I think here it's, what do you think? I think it's
yes, someone is raising her hand. Bilqis, yes?
Yes, I would like to answer this sentence. Actually, I did not understand it very well. However, the second part, that small interest groups, I think is going to be delivered more to ESP learners, since their groups are less numerous.
Yes. You mean when we talk about tendency? I have used the word tendency on purpose. So tendency towards one-to-one teaching and small interest groups, I think it depends on the circumstances. If you put this situation in Europe, at tertiary level, you can have very small groups, even if it's in general teaching, whatever the kind of teaching, those are groups which are very limited in terms of the number of students. Whereas if we talk about the context in Algeria, and all university teachers know that, we are confronted with what we call crowded classes. So crowded classes, how are you going to perform an oral expression course, for example, at the university, if you have got a class of, let's say, 36 students? Are they going to all have the opportunity to intervene or to talk or to use English within 1 hour or 1 hour, even 1 hour and a half? It's impossible. So Here the situation is quite different. It can be applied on the context of very developed countries where the number of students who constitute the groups is very limited. So as far as Algeria is concerned, we are not, of course, in this situation. And consequently, I would conclude that one-to-one teaching and small groups is more applicable on ESP context because here the number of trainees is limited. Can we move on to number 10?
Yes, please.
It says more extensive courses, larger groups, time allotment specified, and curriculum elaborated.
This is EGP.
AGP, of course, as long as we have already a curriculum elaborated, created. We have larger groups, of course. It's not as limited as the number of students enrolled in an ESP course. The time allotment, because there is always a timetable which should be put into application. And then more extensive courses, that is larger courses, because here the time is not as limited as in the situation of ESP context.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think that's all.
Thank you. Amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, Professor Melton.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Yes.
please put the last slide, okay, of Dr.
Okay.
Turki's presentation.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And you open the debate so that we move on to Professor Madhu, if they have any questions directed to Dr. Turki.
I think it is over, Dr. Turku. I think the last slide is your thanking, as I say, see. So do you have more to say about this?
I'm sorry, I can't hear the person who is speaking.
Well, I think it is, I can't see any other slide, only your thanking on the last slide.
Yes.
Okay, okay, God bless you. Yes, absolutely, because I am thinking of the, the time allotted, because I am aware that there is another collaborator who is going to intervene at 11:30 from Great Britain, I believe, and that's why I would like to leave the opportunity to the other contributors. I am sure that we are going to greatly benefit of their work. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, dear Dr. Barkay Turku. I really liked this interactive session, and there was a great contribution of our participants, and we learned a lot. Thank you. It was very productive. So as far as I see, Dr. Katalin is the next speaker.
But we have missed Professor Madhu. Now you call Professor.
I couldn't see if she's trying. I think she's having a kind of technical problem. I don't know if we didn't, if we missed her, but I don't think so because I'm checking the participants. Can you?
I can share now.
Sorry?
I am able to share now.
Really? Oh, that would be very good for, yes, please.
Okay,
Yes,
can you see? Yeah.
Oh, okay, Dr. Yeah.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Let me just go down to this. Okay, that was a very interesting session just now. Thank you, Prof. Turki. You started the ball rolling in getting the participants all excited and participative, and I had commented on it as well. So we've got the ball rolling in active participation from members, and I hope this will continue throughout the session. Okay, so very quickly, that's me, my name, and this is the university that I'm attached to, a very beautiful campus, as you can see from the aerial sort of front view of the campus. Okay, I'm going to start my session. Mine is similar in terms of a hands-on workshop. I want it to be hands-on. I want it to be participative, right? So today's training is on you guys, or it's on, let me just get this thing away. How do I get this off my... I need to remove this so that it doesn't block my session. Okay. Okay, sorry. Otherwise, you will not be able to see later on.
We can see your slides, Dr. Madhu.
Yeah, okay. I know you can see, but can you also see this point, this dark thing at the bottom? Okay, anyway, so today's training, right? We're looking at ELT teachers. I'm not going to go so much into it, right? Okay, so it's a workshop, and like it's the workshop of my title is on a hands-on workshop on designing a questionnaire. And we talked about needs analysis, and we talked about why it's crucial and important. So how are you going to go about doing it? How are you going to go about knowing the needs of the students? So today's session is on basically trying to design a questionnaire to measure your language learners' needs. It's going to be something that I hope will be practical, that you can actually try it out and publish the outcome of your questionnaire actually. Okay, so yeah, let me go into the next slide. All right, so we know what needs are, and we know what needs analysis is, and of course we always talk about it being fact finding. It's a fact finding stage. We want to know what stage they are in, what are their needs. And in establishing this, we can see the effects of it. What does it establish? It gives us information about the learners, how to communicate to them, the language information of the target situation, the learner's lack, the learner's needs, the course, and the language needs. So basically, when you do a needs analysis, we are having a general environmental situation of the students and conditions or context that they're in, right? So I'm going to base it on Hutchinson's and Waters model, and they talk about, I had presented this time around. This is the same slide. We talked about where they talk about necessities, lacks, and wants. Okay, so necessity is what the students will need in order to function in the eventually in where they're going to be at the target situation, where they will eventually be functioning at the workplace. The lacks are what the students are deficient in, what they need further, and the wants is what the students expect and hope to learn or acquire from the language. So this questionnaire that I want you guys eventually to come up with will be based on Hutchinson's model of looking at these three aspects, okay? When we talk about needs analysis, we talk about who are the target. Again, this is a similar slide that I presented the other time around. It's us deciding on who should be answering our questionnaire. We're looking at who should be the group that we are targeting at. Is this marker disturbing you? It is disturbing me. Can I hide this?
Actually, I don't see a marker.
Oh, you don't? Okay, okay, that's fine.
We don't.
Okay. So it's about the target group, and we're looking at who are the people who are eventually going to be our source of information. So we have these three groups of people, okay? So I'm going to go now into my hands, and it's not meant to be giving you a lecture. It's just basically trying to give you a general overview so that we can zoom down into the actual workshop. So in the workshop, I want you to do this. I want you to go into Google. Okay, I'm going to post this in the group, and I want you to answer the questions. Okay, very quick.
Great. I always like your interactive sessions, Dr. Madhu. Thank you.
Welcome. Now I got to go into my group and I can't go in. Okay, wait.
Today is not the day, I think, there are many technical issues, okay, we are faced to. So luckily we are all used to, isn't it?
Hang on. I have this concern with my, this thing here.
Just copy it on your browser and then,
that's what I'm going to do now. Right, got it. Yeah, okay. So this is the screen, the Google. Please go into this Google, and we're going to look at what can be done on what really needs to be done, right? Okay.
Now it is in the chat box, dear participants.
Yeah, I put it in the chat box.
This is what I like about Dr. Madhu's sessions. Thank you.
Okay, so we are looking at needs analysis. We're going to look at language because I want to group you guys up, and I want you to eventually design a questionnaire that you can actually use, all right? That you can use it for your specific purposes. So this is a simple questionnaire. I want you to rate your reading needs of your students, right? I've just looked at 4 skills. I looked at reading, writing, listening, and speaking, and a little bit I've added grammar as well. So just rate your needs, your perception, like just now, Dr. Turki talked about predicting. So here you're sort of like predicting, or eventually you may really know. So rate your students.
Can I ask you something at this point? You ask us to rate the skills and vocabulary and grammar needs of students, okay? While we are rating, we compare. I mean, we order them in our mind so that we rate. Because if we ask, everybody needs grammar, everybody needs vocabulary, everybody needs those skills. But we compare them, order them, and then we rate, isn't it?
Yes. Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen on the Google? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So I need you to rate your students' needs based on the skills. For example, the reading needs of your students. Would you say their needs, you know, their needs, you know, is it very good or very, you know, it really needs, how is their level?
Yeah,
okay?
Actually they need all, but what I ask is here, which one comes first? I mean, if we compare them, I mean, some or more, you know, they need more. So
yes.
That I think, yeah, isn't? Thank you.
Yes. Which do you think needs more? Definitely students will need all language skills, but because today's session, I want you to focus on designing a questionnaire that you feel that, you know, you want to focus on specifically to identify the learner's needs. All right. I also would like you to indicate your current teaching, whether you teach the discipline that you teach in, whether it's doing business, engineering, computer, or medical. Did I leave anybody out? I'm not so sure. Did I leave anybody out?
And may I ask what you mean with the last question? Who would be?
And the last question is, which language skill needs would you like to focus on for this questionnaire?
No, the last question. Who would be?
Okay, sorry. This one, who would be the target group for the questionnaire? That means who is going to eventually answer your questionnaire? Because when you design your questionnaire, you need to have your target in mind.
Okay, thank you. Finished.
Finished. Fantastic. Let me just see. Okay. I will need to open my Google and go into it for a while so that I can see the results.
If you like, you can now not share. Okay, go ahead. No problem.
Sorry, I need to go into the Google Drive so that I can see. Yeah.
If you like, you can share later.
Yeah, all three have responded. Fantastic. 23 respondents. So let's look at the results of the outcome.
But we are all together 21.
I've got 23. So who is the other two?
I don't know. Some people are more enthusiastic, I think, about filling in those questions.
Okay, so you can see the males and female. Okay, that's fine. We're not so concerned with that. Most of you are in the university. Fantastic. Are you teaching ESP? Wow, 82% of you are. And it's very interesting to find those who are not in teaching but are here. Okay, let's look at this. Rating your students' ESP. What would you rate your knowledge of ESP?
Professor.
Dr. Madhu, this is not the questionnaire we filled.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Questionnaire.
That's why there are 23 respondents.
Okay. Let me just go back. Probably it is a wrong questionnaire that I looked at.
Today we are all, you know, experiencing kind of technical issues.
Oh, nine. Okay, all right. Thank you. 9, okay. So far, 9 have responded. Writing is good. Listening. So most of you rate. Oh, grammar. Okay, grammar seems to be a major concern at the moment from the 9 respondents. The rest are pretty distributed. Grammar, okay, indicate your current ESP. Most of you are in the engineering, okay, engineering and computer. All right, I've got some in medical related too. Which skill would you like to focus on? Okay, speaking. Speaking seems to be the quite the focus that you would like to look at. Target students. Yeah. Most of you are students. Okay.
My answers are almost the same with the, you know, most of the people. So I can see.
Are the rest of you still facing problems getting into it? Are you able to fill in this questionnaire? Let me just see what
dear participants, the links is already shared in the chat box. Can you please fill in this questionnaire?
Thank you, Balkis. Thank you, Kalva, for sharing.
And by the way, till they finish their question, there is a question from Salim, Dr. Madhu.
Yeah, I did not, why did I integrate grammar? I did not really integrate. It's actually usually when it comes to grammar, it's an integrated skill, but I was wondering whether it's not really a skill, it's a component of language that we look at. You're right.
Skills, yes.
Yeah, you're right. But I didn't want, yes, I agree with you. It's just that I wanted to
among vocabulary and pronunciation.
Yeah, vocabulary.
Correct. Actually, it's integrated in all skills. It's a sub skills for all, but I just wanted to see whether you guys wanted to focus only on grammar. That's all.
Also, you can add maybe vocabulary there.
Yeah, you can add vocabulary. You can add vocabulary in writing. You can write vocabulary even in all grammar and vocabulary. It was in my mind on whether I wanted to put it separately or together, but I decided just let me go on one. It's a discussion here. You are right, Salim, Mr. Doctor. Is it Dr. Salim? Yeah. Okay. So I see some more respondents. 11 has responded.
Again, Dr. Madhu in the chat box so that people may access, because I can see 2 more people. Thank you. 2 more people already. Yeah.
Okay. Are you having issues filling in the questionnaire?
Yeah, we are calling out these dear participants to fill in this questionnaire so that, yeah, it is practical, right?
Okay, we have 5 in the computer-related discipline. All right, medical.
Lina, can you access the questionnaire because you wrote there no? Can't you access? Just click the Google Forms.
Let me share again with you. Shall I share it once again in the group?
In the chat boxes.
Dr. Asma has shared it.
Okay, no problem in accessing. Thank you, Lina.
Thank you. Got 12. I'm going to give you another minute to fill this in. Otherwise, this session is going to go on very late today. All right, so while you guys fill this questionnaire up, can I okay. So I'm going to continue. Can I continue or do I wait for you guys to finish the questionnaire up?
Go on as you like.
I'm still at 12, so I'll continue, yeah, guys? Yeah, I'm going to Okay, I'm going to move on into the hands-on session now. All right, so we'll start with the discussion. First thing I need to do is very quickly, the reason why I did that question is because I wanted to know who and which area that they're looking at, which discipline are you teaching, and who is going to be your target group. That's the main purpose, because I would like to group you guys according to the area of interest that you would like to design your questionnaire. Right. So when you're looking at designing your questionnaire, I need you to discuss firstly your target participants. Most of you had written as students as your target, i.e. you would like your questionnaire to be designed and filled in and responded by the students. All right. You need to decide and discuss on the teaching skill that you would need the analysis to be. So are you looking specifically at reading? Are you looking specifically at speaking? But just based on the 12 respondents, most of you are looking at speaking. All right. And when you design your questionnaire, you need to identify your learners' needs. All right. Your learners' necessities, your learners' lacks, and your learners' wants. All right, so these are the three aspects that you want to look at. I'm going to show you, before I get you into groups, I'm going to show you some samples of the instruments in terms of aspects that they have designed. And then I'm going to go and get you guys into discussion groups, yeah? Okay, so if you look at this, you either can design your questionnaire, you can adopt it or adapt it, right? So it's really up to you. If you are adopting, it's fine. If you're adapting, it's fine. But if you're adapting, if you're going to merge a few questionnaires together and come up with a brand new, quote unquote, brand new questionnaire, please go ahead and publish it. Okay, you can publish it as a form of developing and validating the instrument. Yeah, if you would like to publish your work from that point. Okay, so some of the aspects that I have identified, these are from different authors or researchers who have looked at it. And so this is looking specifically, for example, this is my PhD student actually, and she's doing on business needs analysis. And she's looking at learners' needs, and she's adopting this Wang's 2016. And this instrument, these are the aspects, different genres that she's looking at. So she's looking at the sub-dimensions, and this questionnaire has all the dimensions that she would like to look at in her PhD work. So this is possibly one questionnaire that you may want to consider when it comes to writing, okay? And she's adapted it, she's not adopted it. This is Lynn's in 2013. Lynn has looked at different aspects and mostly looking at listening and speaking from the students and the employers' perspective. And these are basically asking the students and employers what they think is identified as the needs of the students. So they have to tick here. Okay. This one is looking again at by the students and employers in the workplace. All right, that was in school, and this is at workplace. This is at writing, the different aspects that the researcher is interested to look at in terms of writing for ESP. This is for reading. Okay, it's the same author. I'm just showing you some examples, right? This is by Rabah Azad, 2017, and he looked at different aspects. He's looking at listening. He's merged all language skills into one questionnaire. He's looking at listening, he's looking at speaking, reading, and writing. So you can see the different items, and he's asking, how much do you need? How much do you need English for? So he's asking them on how much the necessity is. Right. And there are some useful questionnaires that you can also look at. So I'm going to come now into the group. Okay, I need to now see you guys. I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to, because when I stop sharing, then I can see you. I'm going to insert in the chat box, I'm going to add the document that I want you to look at. Okay, and then I want you to share as you discuss it among yourselves. Okay. Just give me a minute. I've stopped sharing. I'm trying to, okay. Oh, it went up so many times, so sorry. Okay, so please ignore that I've sent it a couple of times because I could not see it going up. So this is a task. Now I need, are you gamed, or are you in, or are you okay with now designing and looking at it as a group work or in pairs? Are you okay with that? This, I would like you to design the discussion part first. The designing of it is not, there's insufficient time, you can take it back, but at least identify the scope that you're going to look at. Are you okay with this? Because it's a hands-on workshop. Yeah, I see Asma. Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, I do not know whether you guys know each other. That's the reason why I wanted to see the areas. Okay, I'm going to identify the discipline first, so that you would know who would like to work with you or who you would like to work with in terms of discipline. Is that okay? So you just put a show of hands, then you know who the person is, and eventually you can pair up. Okay, so I'm going to start with my discipline based on the questionnaire just now, business. Can I see a show of hands? How many of you are interested or currently teaching ESP for business students?
In terms of what?
No, your discipline that you're teaching, the students that the students are in. Are your students business students? Are you teaching a business English course?
No, actually, I'm dealing with EAP, English for academic purposes. Students
I see. Okay.
Computing of economy.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, EAP. It's EAP.
Yeah, it's okay. It's EAP or ESP, it doesn't matter. We are coming up with designing the questionnaire. So I want to find out so that you can work, you don't have to work alone. You can work with someone else within this group to actually design your questionnaire. Because that's the reason why I'm asking, oh, social sciences. Okay, who is doing social sciences? Sorry, I did not. No ESP for social sciences. Yeah. Who is doing business? I don't see a show of hands. What about computer? I know there are a few of you who are on the computer based on my questionnaire. Can you just put up your hand so that the others can see it? I don't want to call up each other's names.
Yasmin.
Yasmin, computer, very good. Yeah. It can be any category. I'm just putting it very broadly. Yeah. So when you work together with someone, then you can further define it. So I've got Yasmin with computer. Who else?
Only me too, one? Professor. Yes, me too, computer.
Okay, so Yasmin and Wafa, you can pair up. And okay, what about engineering?
Here's the thing, Professor Madhu. For example, from my part, I'm teaching design. So design could be taken as business or as computer or as engineering, actually.
you decide which one you want, my dear.
I think I'm going to go with computer because we use a lot of computer tools and everything. So I think computer for me.
Fantastic. So we've got 3 in the computer. So please bear in mind your team members, yeah? All right.
Architecture. Balkus says architecture.
Let's go architecture, engineering.
Oh, architecture. I would stick with architecture in this case.
Okay, who is doing architecture? Yeah. Balkis, you're doing architecture, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to go one by one. I think this is faster that way. Dr. Burak, you want to participate? Sorry if I pronounce it wrongly.
No problem. I work with medicine students, by the way.
Okay, so anybody else wants to work with her? Sorry if I pronounce your name.
I can work with her. I currently don't teach, but I used to teach medical students, so that's fine.
Okay, so you've got 2 of you there. Anybody else with medical? No? Okay. Computer, I've got 3. No, I've got 2 now. Computer, business. What about Radia? Dr. Radia?
Yes, I'm here, but so I have thought engineer, but now I'm driving my car.
Oh, okay,
If I can
okay, no problem.
participate, well,
No worries, no worries, no worries, no worries.
I'm following your workshop, okay, but sorry, I'm driving.
It's all right, it's all right.
Let's
Alba?
include car driving in ESP.
Thank
Alba?
you.
Abla, sorry, Abla Ahmad? Tuba? Come on, guys, we can get this done faster if you just quickly tell me your areas. Amira, what's your area? Or you could type it in. Who I'm in for within those two fields. Okay, who's in? Okay, Balkis, you've got a partner already. It's Asma with Dr. Asma with you. So no worries. Very good. What about the others? Instructional technology. Okay, you will go into computer then, Dr. Melton. Okay, so you are going together with Wafa and Dr. Wafa and Yasmin, yeah? Kalwa, I don't know whether you're a doctor.
And also electronics engineering, Hanana.
You can't put both your feet in two, so decide on which one for now. Then perhaps later on you can share the materials. Susan?
TEFL and social science, two majors.
Sorry?
TEFL and social science, two majors.
Okay, social science. Which aspect of social science are you teaching?
So it's just sociology.
Ah, sociology. Okay. Anybody who wants to do social sciences with Susan?
Good morning. Hey, I can do it.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So Susan, you've got a partner. Is that Kalwa who mentioned, or was it?
Yes, it's Kalwa.
Kalwa. Okay,
yes.
So Kalwa and Susan. Okay, Susan and Kalwa. Fantastic. Salim, you want to do something with anybody else? Your area is...
I'm technology of communication students, technology of communication.
Yeah, so it's computer. All right, very good.
Technology in general, maybe electronics, electronic devices, communication in general, in the scientific field, of course.
Okay, so anybody wants to join him?
I'm always alone.
Oh dear. Amira Burra, Balkis is in already. Hanani. Dr. Kathleen, are you coming in? Are you joining us for the session? Yeah, you are, right? Liana.
Yes, I actually said that I could join medical English.
Right. Sorry, Dr. Kathleen. Liana. Okay, this is
hello?
taking part. Yes.
I'm sorry, but I don't really know what to do because I was.
No, you're just going to work as a team. I just need to know what discipline you are in now at the moment.
I'm teaching business English for the first time.
Okay, so you are with business. Okay.
Yeah, I have humble knowledge.
Okay, no worries.
I'm not really expert.
Yeah, that's ESBS. So no worries. So we've got one person with business. Anybody else? Come on, guys. Can we do this a little faster? I wish this was physical, then we'll be able to get everybody to participate. The rest you are not. Can you unmute yourselves? That will be helpful.
Yes, please, you can unmute yourselves so that you can help Professor Madhu. They are saying they are just grouping themselves. Okay.
Oh, fantastic. Go ahead, group yourselves. Wonderful. Okay, at this workshop, I would like to just see the beginning part of you brainstorming on the areas and skills that you would like to look at and who your target is group is going to be, right? And this will be a starting point for you to thereafter work together in developing your questionnaire, right? So that, you know, this is just a starting point. If you want me to join you in your group in developing the questionnaire after this session, by all means, I will be more than glad to come in, all right? And if it's like I said, if you're looking at it from a researcher's output perspective, designing it, testing it out, doing the reliability check, doing the CFA confirmatory analysis factor, doing your reliability, publish your questionnaire. It will be voila, a questionnaire that you designed specific for your purpose, specific for the Algerian context. Because a lot of questionnaires, they may not be very specific to your personal needs. Yeah, Kathleen and I. Oh, very good. Okay, so I need to get you guys to group. Let me see, how do I, is it possible for you all to group yourselves?
Well, you need to start up a breakout room, but
yeah,
I or you cannot do that as far as I see.
I can't do the breakout rooms.
No, we cannot do that. We have limited, okay, we have only limited roles, so we cannot make it.
I can't do the breakout rooms, yeah. Dr. Fafa, can you do the breakout rooms?
I don't think that she could do as well, no.
The hosts can,
yes, Professor Melton, would you do it?
No,
normally
no,
you are a co-host.
I cannot do that. I don't have the
access.
Okay. Yeah, access. I cannot make it.
Dr. Azhar, I'm seeing you for the first time. Azhar, which group would you like to join? Hi.
Yes, we will work with Tuba here, Tuba.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Who is without a group? Is anyone without a group? Dr. Melta, can you put them in groups?
I cannot make here. I mean, no, I don't have permission to start breakout rooms. I'm just checking if we could do that on the Padlet. You know, Padlet application. I'm just checking if we could do it. Just,
okay, can you?
If we could. We have to open for each ESP. ESP for computer classes.
Perhaps you could go by discipline and just say medical.
ESP for medical?
Yeah, just write the word medical. I think you can just go by the discipline. We don't have to write the word ESP, just go by the disciplines.
Yeah.
So we have medical, we have a whiteboard, okay? We can use whiteboard as well.
Okay, for medical, who are the medical people? They can come to this Padlet and write there, okay? It is already there. I will also open for others, okay? If I could.
Okay, so, yeah, all right. So that's for medical, is it?
That's for medical. And ESP for, what is the next one, Dr. Madhu? Just
let's go for computer.
Computer, let's say, okay. I'm trying my best to make it as quick as possible. Okay, ESP for computer, let's say.
Got it?
Yeah, okay. This is the second one for computer, let me write. The first one is for medical, dear participants. You can go to your Padlet and start working, discussing there. This is for computer, okay?
Right,
So
okay. The next is engineering.
Okay, I will do that inshallah with public initiatives.
So those who already have formed the group, just go into it and start brainstorming as per my the document that the file that I shared with you on the tasks that need to be done.
Okay, what is it? The next one is ESP for
engineering.
Okay, it's coming. Yeah, and this is for engineering. I'm just writing in the chat box. Okay, the next one is let me go and make it.
Social science. Social science. You're alone. I hope you have someone else to join you.
Yeah, I think Esma was there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Business. One more is business. Sorry, Esma. Esma is doing
architecture.
Architecture. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we can join business and social sciences together. Maybe if you like. I'm not sure. ESP for business and social science.
Okay, business and social science is one, and architecture separately. One more, please.
For business. Can you access, by the way, this Padlet? Can anyone reply?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, fine.
I can. I'm sure you can as well.
Great.
We need one more for architecture.
I will make it. ESP for social sciences. Let me share its link.
You're doing EFL for which group, my dear Asar?
Yes, please. Dr. Harji, we would like to start okay, with Azra. And could you please reframe the instructions, what we exactly need to brainstorm on?
Okay, I've shared with you in the chat.
The one that you shared before, okay.
Yes, I shared it multiple
times.
That's
the time questionnaire, yeah. That one, okay? Just that one, okay.
Okay. Can everybody access? So I'm opening another Padlet, okay? And please just check business.
Architecture.
I don't know. Can you access? I don't know. I can't.
We can. I've clicked on it. You can access it.
Can you please try for the computer one? Is it still on?
Hang on, yeah. Let me just give me a minute. For the computer, yeah. Okay, let me just check it.
I can't see that.
Business, yes. Social science, yes. Engineering. Computer, yes. Oh, I've got, yeah, thank you if someone has really put in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the last one is for architecture, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Just a few minutes. So let's make another Padlet.
Meltem Hocam, could you please start with TEFL, or I can do it? We're going to study about TEFL with Azra.
Oh, John, I have to finish. ESP for architecture, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
Architecture, because I'm having a real hard time to, yeah. ESP for architecture. I have not used the Padlet for a long time, so I'm just trying to. I think that they're all now. Yes, Tuba Hocam, can you please repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, everybody has opened up. Hang on. Business has not started the discussion. Let me just drop the document. So I'm going to drop off the my task that you need to do to discuss in each of the Padlets. I've dropped it off, and someone has also helped me to drop it off at the business. The discussion has started already. Very good.
Really, I can't see them. I can't see. I opened and they are lost on my... Okay, anyway, you can see. I'm happy.
Let me see who are the members. If you look at the members, you will be able to see who is there.
I can't see them. Really, what happened? I don't know.
Okay. Sana Sal, I think this would be the computer. Let's indicate this as computer.
Yeah, I wrote there, but it was you know, somehow it changed.
They are saying that they are busy working. Okay. Like
oh, fantastic!
So they are doing it.
Fantastic. Yeah. Very good.
Meltem Hocam, I can create one. I have Padlet also account.
Go ahead. Don't have to wait for us. Go ahead. Okay. Thank you. Fantastic. Go ahead.
So you're opening a new Padlet, Tuba?
Yeah, I am doing it just to help you, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Thank you, dear.
I'm doing it myself, thank you.
Asma, are you okay? Are you in the group now? Dr. Asma, you all right?
Yes.
Sorry if I did not. Sorry, Dr. Asma, you all right? Dr. Burcha, sorry, I'm not getting your name correct.
Okay, no problem, Burchak. Yes, we are in the Padlet right now. We are working with Kathleen.
All right, good. No one is joining the computer group? Yasmin is asking. Who's here? Good question.
Okay, now I named it again. Oh, fine. Oof. And this one is for engineering. Yeah, I can make it. The first one was for what? Already people are writing there. It was for ESP4. What was that? The first one? I will change its name, dear Dr. Madhu. ESP4. What
the
was
first, based on my questionnaire?
The first one was ESP4 what? Dear participants, can you tell? Medicine, medical.
Medical, yes.
Oh.
No, I think medical is started.
Yeah, but I'm going to just change the name. Okay, now the tablets are back. They are working. Yes, please do share what you have. Yes.
Medical is active.
Yeah, active.
Yeah.
It is active, actually. Engineering is waiting for participants. Fantastic. Business and social sciences as well. And let me check architecture. Yes, Calcus is there. So 5 of these tablets are working. Thank you.
Well, it takes.
They are working. We need to open new tablets. Thank you.
Susan, you can join anyone. No worries. You can join. Yeah.
Medical.
Dr. Mandu, by the way, we're talking just, we are trying to identify our students' necessities, likes and wants. So we are not designing any analysis question, a tentative plan. We're not designing something.
Not
like
at the moment.
Right?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, you are just identifying first. Once we have identified, and then we will move on to the next session, next step.
Okay.
Because you need to know what specifically you want to look at, that you want to do the needs analysis for.
Okay.
Maybe the participants in the computer group can go on with the, which one? Engineering.
Hello, everyone. I've just shared my my contribution. Computer. On the computer group.
Which group?
Computer group.
I don't see you on the tablet.
I worked alone, in fact.
Oh, but I don't see anything up there.
Can you please rewrite, dear Yasmin?
There's a Word document there, shared.
One moment, yeah.
Not appearing.
No, I don't see anything on the computer.
Okay, so I'm just gonna copy and paste.
Okay.
Yes, dear Sue, you can join the TEFL group. So you want me to start, or because there is not already TEFL, you can go with the social science maybe? Can it be, Dr. Madhu?
Yeah, it's fine.
Please go with the social science group. No TEFL group for now. Yes, no TEFL group.
Is it enough like this? I've just shared it.
Okay, you're looking at if teachers identify teaching needs, okay, necessities, you're looking at grammar. Okay, so you are, when you've got together, what you need to do is you want to look at which questionnaire or the questionnaire that you would like to design. So in your case, are you looking at designing a questionnaire for the teacher's needs in teaching ASP?
Yeah, yes.
Right, okay. Right, okay. So, and you're looking at the teacher's needs in terms of the grammar and speaking, is it?
Yeah, grammar and speaking. They know that they are deficient in grammar and they lack speaking skills, and they want to teach in English.
Okay, so you're looking at, when looking at teachers, are you looking at pre-service teachers or teachers in your colleagues or other teachers?
Would you repeat, please? I couldn't hear you.
Because you're going to do this questionnaire, you want them to answer the questionnaire. Who is your target audience? Teachers who are pre-service, in-service?
Yeah, they are already in service and old.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're going to get them to answer your questionnaire on, okay, I see what you mean.
Mm.
So you're looking at teachers, identify the teaching needs. Their necessities are grammar, vocabulary, and you're looking at the lack of speaking. Okay.
Daily life.
They
are familiar with their vocabulary.
Yeah. Okay. When you say wants, that means they want to teach English. Yeah, so they want to basically, the want is in terms of what they want in that skill. Okay. You're alone, sorry. Business, social sciences.
It's okay.
Okay, you have identified, the medical is very active. Not entirely clear what we are expected to do. Okay. What you need to, can I just come back and explain things again if you're not very sure? Okay. The whole objective is for you want to design a questionnaire, okay? And you want to decide your target audience.
Dr. Madhu, it's frozen, isn't it?
I want the teacher, you want to identify the teacher's teaching needs in teaching ESP. That means some of you are not trained in ESP, and therefore we need to know what your needs are so that we can actually provide you, the university, the faculty your head of department can then organize trainings for you to be able to teach ESP in that specific skill. If you are looking at ESP for students, you're looking at students' learning needs, then you would like to identify whether you want to look at all 4 skills, listening, speaking, reading, writing, or do you want to look specifically at only speaking skills? Like I had shared with you, let me share with you my slides again. Okay, but on this examples of questionnaire that I had shared with you, for example, this is my students and she wants to do writing. So these are the areas that she's going to look at. Basically, I want you to identify which skill that you want to focus on. If you would like to focus specifically on reading, writing, then you just focus on that, because some of you may be teaching business English for writing. Some of you may be doing business English for oral speaking. So if you have very specific skills that you teach, then you would design a questionnaire that's going to be very specific and the domains are going to be very related to the skill. But some of you, for example, like Radha did, he looked at all, this is Radha, Rabas, and Rabah looked at all 4 skills. So he merged all 4 skills in one questionnaire. So that is what I want you to look at, whether you want to focus on 1 skill or on 4 skills and the group of students that you are teaching. Am I clear?
Professor, yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So now that with your discussion that you have got, we cannot design the questionnaire here now. My suggestion is thereafter, because I also have to stop for the other speakers to come in. So my suggestion is for you, you have formed your team. All right, you formed your team of people, of fellow colleagues who are interested to conduct a needs analysis for your students. So my suggestion is for you to take it off from here with your team to design the questionnaire. If you want me in on board, let me know. I'll come in, Wafa can come in, whoever wants to come in, just offer yourselves. We come in, we work on a questionnaire, we design one. My suggestion is to design one that is going to be very specific to your needs. And if it's, like I said, if it's a new questionnaire, publish your work as validating that questionnaire, piloting and validating it. And you can publish one paper there. Okay? So I have got you guys into the group already. So next thing we need to do now is I'm going to stop sharing. Yeah. So I'm going to stop here because at least I formed the team. Okay. Please work on. And if it's possible, you guys can get it ready in the next workshop. You can come in and share your instrument. So if you're okay with that, we can have another third session where you come in and share, we brainstorm, and then you pilot your instrument. Will you be interested in that? Will you be okay? Can I see a reaction?
Yeah, it's totally okay. It's a great idea.
Okay. Let's take this stage to stage up to point of publication, yeah? Okay. All right, then. Any questions for me before I leave? It's 7:10 in Malaysian time.
Yeah, 10-minute discussion we can have. If you have a question, you can either write in the chat box or you can unmute yourself and ask to Dr. Madhu before she leaves.
Yeah. Okay.
You can hold up your hand, raise your hand. I mean, you can, if you want to ask a question. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to drop my email address here.
Yasmin.
Yeah. Please do not. Sorry.
Yasmin. I cannot pronounce her surname. It has a raising your hand. So please, would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question, dear Yasmin?
Yeah, sure. So you have provided us with sub skills for reading and writing. What about listening? What are the sub skills that we need to ask our teachers for?
Yes, you decide whichever skill that you would like to look at.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I've shared my...
Yeah, we can see your email in the chat box. Thank you, Dr. Madhu. Yes, dear participants, would you like to ask a question? If not, we are going to end up with the session. I mean, this session. We will go on with
my session. Yes, yes.
Dr. Madhu's session.
Yeah, just one thing, if you don't mind, Professor Madhu, Professor Meltem, sorry, the moderator of the session.
Yes,
can I interfere?
Sure, please.
Okay, I'd like to thank Professor Madhu for her amazing presentation. Okay, she is always making the workshop runs as such. Okay, as its name is given. I'd like also to just to correct an idea for Dr. Haytham, I guess he's here. Yeah, he's saying that in ESP class, we need to stress the 4 skills equally. I don't think that it's the case. In ESP, in EGP, we need to stress the 4 skills equally. But when it comes to ESP, it's needs analysis that determines which skill requires more attention, okay? It doesn't mean that the other skills will be completely neglected, but more training should be given and more focus and attention should be given to the skills that are determined by the needs analysis. Okay, questionnaire. This is the point I like just to put in because I've read it in the chat box. So we want to answer you. Yeah.
Shall I add something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, when you speak about the language, teaching the language, whether for specific purposes or general English, the focus is on all the 4 skills. If you stress one skill and you neglect the others, or less importance is given to the other skills, here you are not dealing with the authentic use of the language. So the ESP practitioner, whether the ESP practitioner or the ELT teacher, has to base and stress the 4 skills. So it doesn't mean that only in the general English we base on the 4 skills.
That's why the situation of ESP in Algeria is so weak, and we don't have an authentic ESP material teaching in the Algerian universities because we don't give too much importance to the core skills. This is one. The second, there is no curriculum development in the field of ESP, and no ESP syllabus is designed or ESP course, authentic ESP course is implemented. So we have to take such criteria. The first one is to teach the language based on all the four skills and the sub skills as well. Develop a curriculum, authentic ESP curriculum, and then we design both the ESP syllabus and the ESP course. This is my idea, and this is what even the scholars stress on, like Hutchinson and Waters, Stevens, Robinson, and the others, Bastrokman, etc.
Well, it depends. You see, like my student, they do not teach all four. It goes back to your context, because like if my page, that this questionnaire that I shared with you, I mean the dimension that I shared with you, my student is specifically teaching writing, business, English. So in her university, they teach the course by the skills. So individual skills have individual courses. If you have a course where you're teaching all four skills together, by all means, design one that involves all four skills. That goes back to the context that you are in. The whole idea here is just to get you to, if you're doing all four skills, by all means, add all four skills to your questionnaire. If you're teaching a course that only is specifically for listening and speaking, then do one that is specifically for that particular course that you are teaching. So it's already open. This is an open thing. Thank you for your suggestion and comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salim. Okay, if there is no any other question now, we can end up session. Thank you, Dr. Madhu. I myself very much learned quite a lot from your presentation, and I always say I like the way you do it interactively. Thanks for this very informative session. So we can now go on with Dr. Katalin Eğri Kumesu. She's from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom, and her title is ESP Teacher Competencies, Building on the Common Ground. Dr. Katalin, are you with us? Can you please?
Yes, I am here.
You're welcome. Happy to see you again. Happy to hear you again. Can you see also? Can you please?
Can I share my screen, please?
Okay. Do you have let me check if you could share.
No.
No?
Yeah. Can you see? Can you see?
Yeah. Okay. But we don't see you. We can see your screen, but we don't see you. Your camera is off, just to let you know.
Yes, I'll put my camera on once I'm done. I think it's more important to focus on the slides at the moment.
Sure, but some participants may, like seeing the presenter. Thank you. Okay, you may go on with your presentation. The screen is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for Dr. Wafat for inviting me to this workshop. I'm honored to be able to contribute to it. So the title of my presentation is ESP Teacher Competencies, Building on the Common Ground. And I hope as we go, we shall understand what I mean by building on the common ground. In her plenary speech to the 4th conference of the Asia Pacific Languages for Specific Purposes and Professional Communication Association on collaborating and sharing knowledge held at Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand in April 2017, Helen Bastrokman pointed out that the vast majority of published studies in ESP literature concern linguistic description. I think we can safely add that another large proportion of the literature focuses on student needs analysis also on course and materials design, and to some extent on assessment. Not enough attention has been paid to ESP teachers, their professional needs, and the competencies they need to develop in order to be effective practitioners. So,
sorry, mics are not moving, Dr. Katalin. Is it?
I know.
Okay.
Thank you. But I know nothing to worry about at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
So, in my presentation, because I think that there is not sufficient focus on the teachers, on the ESP teachers. In my talk, I will focus on ESP teacher competencies. As we all know, ESP learning is situated learning. We can agree with Highland that specificity is the cornerstone of ESP. We can understand specificity in a wider sense, referring to disciplines or occupations as broad fields, giving us a wide angle. We can also understand specificity in a narrow sense or a narrower sense as specialities within fields, giving us a narrow angle. A good example would be English for general academic purposes or English for specific academic purposes. But we focus on specificity. And consequently, we know that the teaching of English for professional, occupational, vocational, and academic purposes is more or less highly specific. So we focus on specificity, and when talking about teachers' needs, we tend to emphasize the areas that are discipline or occupation specific, forgetting the fact that ESP is not an alien language. It is a subset, if you like, of English. We highlight what a novice English teacher or a teacher who is new to the area of teaching ESP does not know. But by doing so, we create the impression that they are somehow deficient and possibly they need to retrain to be able to take up the challenge of teaching ESP. I think that defining somebody's professional identity and professional competence based on what they don't know or not know enough can be discouraging, even demoralizing. So I would like to take a different approach and focus on what teachers actually know and bring to the teaching of ESP. So what I would like us to do, this being a workshop, I would like us to work through 5 areas of teacher competencies and see whether there are differences and where the differences lie in between EFL teachers and ESP teachers. And the first table shows us the first competency area, general teaching competencies. So I would like to give all of us here maybe about 2 minutes, 3 minutes to read through the competencies and the indicators, so the actual skills and competencies that teachers are expected to have in the area of general teaching competencies. And then feedback where you feel there is a difference between ESP and EFL, or whether both EFL and ESP teacher need these competencies. Okay, so I'm going to stop here and I will let you read on, and then I'll come back and I'll ask you for feedback.
So Dr. Katalin?
Yes, I'd like to ask the participants to sort of give feedback, what they think, what areas are areas where there is a difference, or do both groups of teachers, EFL and ESP teachers, need all these competencies, or just some of these? Who needs what?
So do we expect them to reply in the chat box, or can they unmute and tell?
Well, I think it would be easier if whoever would like to contribute could just unmute themselves and just speak.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to reply to Dr. Katalin? You can raise your hand and ask if you like.
Hello?
Yes?
Can I, yeah.
Good
morning. So can I answer for the first one, I guess? Can apply the methodology of communicative language teaching with special regard to task-based language teaching and content-based, isn't it?
Yes, content-based.
Right,
Communicative language teaching, task-based and content-based.
Yeah, this is, yeah, when we talk about CLT, it's more or less EFL, but when we add TBLT and CBLT, it's ESP. Hello?
I don't think that there is a kind of a differentiation between EFL and ESP in this sense.
So
and
ESP, yeah. So
task-based learning and content-based learning is also very much used in EFL.
Yeah, but when there is too much focus on these approaches, actually depends on the context as well. So in Algeria, ESP is EFL. When we focus more on TBLT and CBLT, in addition to CLT, of course, we talk a lot about ESP, especially for task-based. For content-based, actually, it's an area of debate, and it has been introduced recently in the higher education, which has to do with based discipline or English as medium of instruction. So this is why I've focused on TBLT and CBLT. Both approach, according to me, they are more used in ESP more than EFL, at least in our context.
Yes, I agree with you that it is definitely context dependent.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I think that EFL teachers in their training as well have to acquire the skills, and they need to learn about using not just communicative teaching in general, but they need to be aware of task-based and content-based approaches. It really, you are right, it depends on the context. And yes, I also agree that maybe in ESP, there may be more focus on TBLT or CBLT.
Yeah. Did I
any other responses, comments?
I think that the teaching competences.
Yasmin, yes, you can unmute yourself and.
Okay, all right. So I think that the teaching competences column could give us some hints. So the first row, it says expertise in general language. So it is about, I think, EFL more than ESP, since it is general in language. The second one, expertise in technology, enhanced language learning. So it's about ESP, expertise in a specific field. Then we have knowledge of the methods and practice of teaching adults learning. So here we have adult involved. So it might be ESP more than EFL, but we could not tell. Then the last one, knowledge of the effective domain in language learning. Here, knowledge of the effective domain, it means specific. Also, I think it is more English for specific purposes than EFL. Before going to the sub questions, elements.
Yeah, I think that there may be a misunderstanding. expertise in general language teaching methodologies. These and the other three are teaching competencies. So expertise in technology-enhanced language learning is what a teacher needs to have to be able to use computers, various programs, etc., etc., etc. Methods and practice of teaching adult learners, it's included here because I wanted to make sure that we compared likes with likes. EFL teachers who teach adult learners, and because ESP is mostly taught to adult learners. Well, some adolescent learners also learn ESP, but mostly taught to adult learners. So the teaching competencies do not refer to specific teaching domains. They refer to the skills and knowledge that teachers need to have.
All right. I thought you could give us some hints.
These are the, okay, the general teaching competencies are broken down to 4 different areas. So a teacher, so if we like, a teacher has to actually have competence in all these areas and has to show skills and knowledge in all these areas. So if we look at the same table with the ticks indicating which teacher needs what, in a broadly speaking, both EFL and ESP teachers need to be able to show all these skills and competencies because these form the basis of language teaching. These are the general language teaching competencies. And yes, as we discussed just a few minutes before, there may be some areas perhaps more specific to ESP, for example, task-based and content-based learning, but they are equally relevant to EFL teaching.
Actually, Catalina, all teaching is relevant to EFL, but when there is much focus on a particular approach or a particular method, so we have to move to what's called ESP, I mean. But I've got a question. Why have you chosen dichotomy EFL, ESP, and not GP, General English and ESP? Why not General English and Specific English? Because ESP and GP are part of EFL. Why have you chosen this?
Yes, because I found, well, you are right. Actually, EFL, I should have said, and thank you for pointing this out. EFL means, in this particular sense, it means General English.
Okay.
In English as a foreign language, but I found it difficult to fit General English into that small box. So I just put EFL as opposed to ESP, but EFL meaning General English, right? Okay, so thank you for pointing it out.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's go on and let's look at the next broad area, teaching competence area, which is collaboration and intercultural mediation competencies. So how do teachers teaching General English compare with ESP teachers? I think you can feedback as we go.
So the first one, it's for ESP, Dr. Catalina. They can collaborate with content subject teachers in the process of course design.
Collaborate.
Yeah, it's for ESP because they are supposed to collaborate with subject specialists.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And one of the roles of the ESP practitioner is a collaborator. He's supposed either to collaborate with content subject specialists or their learners if collaboration with content subject specialists is not a possibility.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
So I may add something.
Yes.
I'm a teacher, for instance, of grammar. I may collaborate with a teacher of pragmatics or a teacher of linguistics. So they may fall within this spectrum, and sometimes linguistics or applied linguistics is not my cup of tea, or it's not my area. I may collaborate as well under the realm of the EFL. Do you agree with me?
No, you said we collaborate with EFL teacher?
Yes.
I'm not sure. Not impossible. I wouldn't say it's impossible.
Yeah.
But would be much less frequent for an EFL teacher to collaborate with linguistics and applied linguistics specialists. For the simple reason that EFL teacher, general English teaching, usually does not happen at university, or it happens at a lesser extent. And in the context where it happens, there is perhaps no access to such specialists, and not a very big need, really.
Well, can I add something, Dr. Katalin? Can I add something? Why collaboration with content subject specialists is important? Because we have to collaborate. We have to ask them about the current program they are teaching, so that when we select the appropriate material for our learners, it should go in parallel of course of what the learner are studying actually, in order for them not to get bored. Because if you teach learners something very easy that they have already seen, they may not collaborate with you. And since ESP is a learner-centered approach, we need learners' involvement and engagement. And we are supposed to use the career content as a vehicle to motivate them. Therefore, I guess that collaboration either with subject content or learners themselves, but not EFL teachers. I guess so.
No, I'm talking about EFL with EFL teachers, not ESP teachers with ESP teachers.
Yes, and I agree that it may be possible for EFL teachers also, but that would not be characteristic.
Okay.
So the collaboration, as we can see here, the collaboration, the interest, a positive attitude and interest in the subject area, and collaboration with the subject teachers is really characteristic of what ESP teachers need to do and be good at.
Yeah, thank you.
And the next area, large area of teaching competence is analytical competencies. So which area, general English teachers or ESP teachers need these competencies?
Would you please repeat, Dr. Katalin, so that we can
Yes,
answer?
so again, that's the same question. So do EFL teachers, general English teachers, or ESP teacher need these competencies? And are there any competencies that ESP teachers don't need? Maybe that is the question. Are there any competencies that ESP teachers don't need?
I don't think so.
Yes, again, we can see. So we can see that it's rather general English teachers who do not need the first two, because they don't teach a specific area of language, a specialized language. There is one more tick further down, and it is not bold. It is red, but it's not bold, because it relates to needs analysis. It says, can design a survey especially for needs analysis and learner satisfaction surveys. And despite a general tendency to believe that in general English teaching, we don't need needs analysis, I have to say it is not really factually correct. It may be the case that when we teach general English, in an institutional context, at a school, at a university, wherever, we don't need to conduct needs analysis if we teach general English. because the needs are largely determined by either the course material that is chosen or by the assessment that we need to prepare the learners for. However, if we teach in a different context, for example, in a community context, let's say we teach immigrants who have just arrived in the country, then we teach them general English, not any specific English, general English. We definitely have to conduct needs analysis to understand what their needs are and how we can prioritize those needs. So I would not say that, and also we can, as general English teachers, we do need to be able to construct surveys to gauge student satisfaction. So needs analysis is not an area that is not used and should not be known by general English teachers. But
sorry.
But in ESP, it's much more emphasized.
True.
I guess needs analysis is conducted at another level when it comes to EGP, okay, which is not the case of ESP.
Yes, it's for different purposes. Well, not different purposes, but in a different context.
And different perspective as well. So it depends on how. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is not something that general English teachers should not know. That's why the tick for ESP is more pronounced, more central to ESP. But both groups of teachers need to be aware and be able to conduct needs analysis. The last but one area is course and materials design competencies. So where do we spot?
Yeah, carry on, Dr. Katalin.
The question is the same as before. Where do we see differences? Any differences?
I guess number one, it's more into EFL, right? Knows different types of syllabi, structural, notional, functional, etc.
Well, does an ESP teacher not need to know these?
No, they should know it as well. I guess both of them, because we have said that in ESP there are different, each teacher relies on different methodology conducting. Yeah, so I guess it's for both, Dr. Katalin.
Yes, I agree. I completely agree. Any areas of difference? Maybe we can see here. I identified again 3 areas. The last one again, let's say the half tick for needs analysis for the reasons that we have just discussed. But definitely a general English teacher does not need to know specific professional or academic discourse and does not need to be able to use those in classroom materials. And they don't have to be able to, consequently, they don't have to be able to translate them into learner needs. So those are definitely specific for ESP teachers. But as we can see, any other competency is shared between the 2 groups.
Yeah, like an evaluated, designed and implemented course. I guess this is more to, it's more for ESP than EGP.
I think it depends on the context. We actually teach course, materials, course and materials design kind of inherently involves evaluation. So, and materials evaluation, course evaluation, general English teachers need to be able to evaluate the course they are teaching. And they also need to be able to evaluate the materials that they are using or materials that they would like to be using. So I think it is an area that is shared between both groups. And the last area, evaluation competencies. Mm-hmm. So what do we need to know as general English teachers and ESP teachers?
Okay, they like knowing a variety of course books relevant to their teaching and their learners' needs. This is for ESP. They need to consult textbooks. Yes, yet they shouldn't rely entirely on them, right? Am I right, Dr. Katalin? Yeah.
Right. But that's also true for general English teachers.
Yes, but yet here, because we said that they have to know variety of course books here, textbooks, they consult, for example, it would help them for the material selection. Okay, yet they shouldn't rely on it. I mean, teach based on the course book, because again, we have said that the core of ESP is conducting needs analysis. So what is in the textbook cannot really, fit or cater the needs of the learners.
Yes, I completely agree. And practically there is nothing that I can add here. Only that I think it is important both for general English teachers and ESP teachers to know what material there is out there and what can inform their teaching. Anything else that we can identify here?
Can assess the volume to online resources. Okay. Let me check. I know a number of online language teaching communities. Shall we move on to assessment and evaluation?
Well, this is the evaluation competencies, all of them here. No, but if you mean this,
yeah,
then what we can see really is that ESP teachers need to have all these competencies. General English teachers also have to have all these competencies. Mm-hmm. So if we summarize really what is shown in these tables is that in the general teaching competencies area, there are 18 different competencies. And we saw that there was no difference between general English teachers and ESP teachers. They all need to have those competencies. In the area of collaboration and intercultural mediation and competencies, where there were 8, we identified 2. The interest in the subject area and collaboration with subject teachers that is different for ESP teachers. In the analytical competencies area, where there are 11 competencies, well, depending on what we think about needs analysis, well, I'm happy to add it as half. So there are 2.5. Yes, we need to understand, ESP teachers need to know that ESP is not reduced to Lexis, that it has its own genres and whatever that those genres come with. And of course, we can add needs analysis because as we discussed, it is more pronounced in ESP than in EFL or general English teaching. In course and materials design competencies, there are 9 of those. Again, we identified 2.5. Which is knowledge of the professional academic discourse and ability to use it in classroom materials and to translate it into learner needs. And also, again, the needs analysis pops up here as well. And finally, when we come to evaluation competencies, of which there are 10, we identified no difference. All the teachers have to have all those competencies. So practically what we can say is that out of 56 competencies, only seven, which is 12.5%, are different for ESP teachers, which means that they can rely on 87.5% of their general teaching competencies when they teach ESP. And that's a huge amount. So while I acknowledge that it is indispensable for ESP teachers to have domain-specific knowledge and skills, I would like to suggest that instead of concentrating on the knowledge and skills teachers do not have and need to acquire and develop as they go, we should focus on the vast amount of knowledge and skills they bring to the teaching of ESP. We should encourage them to view ESP as part of a language continuum from general to more specific, but the same English language nonetheless. Whether we teach general English or ESP, our aim is to develop the students' competence and capacity. Competence being the speaker's knowledge of the language system and his knowledge also of social rules which determine the appropriate use of linguistic forms. And also capacity, meaning the ability to create meanings by exploiting the potential inherent in the language for continual modification in response to change. We also have to develop the students' discourse capacity, which is the ability to communicate through extended spoken or written text that are characterized by an appropriate integrated arrangement of content and information. And to do this successfully, ESP teachers need to be firmly rooted in their general teaching competencies, because these are the competencies that provide the basis on which their specific knowledge and skills can be built. They should therefore be encouraged to use and exploit these competencies, these general skills in the ESP classroom, as it is through these skills that they can develop specific skills and become effective ESP practitioners. And these are the references that I have used in my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Katalin. Can I add something? The moderator, yes. Would you allow me to say something?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Katalin. Thanks for this informative presentation, Dr. Wafa.
Yes, I just would like to say something when Dr. Katalin has said that what is important is that you should, whether you are teaching English for general purposes or English for specific purposes, what's really important is to teach it effectively, okay? And here I would like also to raise the point of who is better qualified to teach ESP. Is he an EFL teacher or a specialist who masters English? And at this level, and based on my experience, okay, and the articles also that I have read, they've said the EFL teacher is more qualified to teach ESP and not the specialist. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the specialist, he masters both the specialty plus the specialty plus the language. And I have been in touch with different teachers who masters both. They say, you know what, when we try to teach English for specific purposes, means the language, okay, not the specialty, the language, we tend to forget about teaching the language and we start explaining the field of specialism. Therefore, an EFL teacher is better qualified to teach ESP because he's supposed to conduct just some research and collaborate either with his learners or specialists. And by this, I like so much the quotation of Scrivener in 2003, who stated, you know about the language, he means the teacher. They know about the topic, means the field of specialism. Put them together, means here collaboration, and you will have the potential of an exciting lesson. Thank you so much. This is a comment that I like.
Actually, I would like to reflect on this. Actually, a subject specialist, let's say a teacher of chemistry, or a lecturer in economics, even if they speak English, they do not know how to teach English. So that is where our knowledge of our being rooted in our general language teaching methodology is very important. And actually that is what makes us capable of going on to specialized language areas.
Yeah.
Subject specialists sometimes do not even understand what, in EMI context, I have often seen that subject specialists, when they write the assessment questions, have no idea where they are not clear. So they don't even know, they think about their specializations, but they don't think about the fact that the student is not a specialist. Well, they are learning to become a specialist, studying to become a specialist, and their English may not be perfect. So the assessment questions I sometimes see are so badly put together that actually they disadvantage the students. So subject specialists do not understand how language works for the purposes of teaching that language. So I think that is very clear. And I think that although, as I've said, we need the specialist understanding of the specific area of language we teach, our strength is in our understanding that the language as a system, and it's the same language, whether it's ESP, EAP, whatever, and the methodology, language teaching methodology, and our understanding of how our learners learn, where we actually can excel.
Dr. Katalin, may I ask another question, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Yeah, well, here in the context of Algeria, we have received an instruction by the Ministry of Higher Education to introduce the English language mainly towards an ESP approach plus EMI. Means, EMI, English as a medium of instruction. This is my question. They want a specialist to start teaching their field of specialism using the English language, okay, instead of using Arabic or French. So at this level, don't you think that even EMI instructors, are required to be trained? Because they may know about the specialty, but they ignore methodology, etc. So what would you say about this point, please?
I agree with you that EMI subject lecturers who teach a particular subject in English should be trained in how to teach not English, but how to teach the subject in English. And such courses actually do exist. They are rare, but do exist. If you are interested, just drop me an email. I will be able to direct you. It is important because there are a lot of things that is possible to do in a subject lecture that mediates and makes it easier for a non-native English speaker to understand what they are lectured about. And these are skills that can be learned, and ideally subject lecturers should undergo training.
Thank you so much, Dr. Katalin, for your comment. Professor Melton?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Katalin, again for your presentation, for this discussion. So this is the end of the first session of this event, and we will go on with the second session. So I will also leave this moderator task to Dr. Esma Manai. She is from the Institute of Science and Technologies of Design. University of Manouba, Tunisia. Is it the right pronunciation?
Yes, yes. Excellent pronunciation, actually.
You're welcome. I'm pleased to see you.
Thank you.
So, from now on, you will be moderating the sessions, the afternoon sessions. It's already almost evening. Yes. So the screen is yours. Thank you, dear participants.
You.
Thank you, dear presenters, for all these work, your efforts, and being with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Melton, for your assistance. God bless you. Thank you.
My pleasure, dear. My pleasure, dear Dr. Alfa. Bye-bye.
Thank you for everyone. Thank you for Dr. Melton for this very warm welcome, actually. I'm very pleased to be here with all of you, excellent colleagues and dear friends as well. I would like to extend, first of all, my thanks for the organization chair for allowing me to be part of this very interesting, very interactive workshop. Although I am not a specialist, as you all are, I hail from design background, more specifically space design, as I do have a PhD in science and technologies of design, so research and all of that. But English has always been our mean of communication between the research community, between the esteemed colleagues. And as I am a design teacher at the Higher Institute of Science and Technologies of Design, I do see a lot of struggles within the students and teachers alike to teach English specifically for design and to help students achieve their goals, whether be it praxis-oriented or whether be it research-oriented. So we will be starting this second session of our workshop with the intervention. Well, first of all, excuse me if I butcher your names. I did refer to Google Traduct actually to try to pronounce the names correctly, but we will be starting with our esteemed colleague, Dr. Ioana Kik-Dergas, if I am pronouncing it right, Assistant Professor in Teaching Languages for Specific Purposes in the Institute of Applied Linguistics at the Faculty of Modern Languages and Literature of the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan, Poland. She will be telling us about needs analysis in ESP. So Dr. Ioana, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much for the...
Did I butcher your name?
No, you pronounced it perfectly well. I know that it might be difficult. Apart from that, it's not typical for Polish. So three consonants together, it's really hard to pronounce. So it's Dergas, but Dergas. You were, master. so thank you very much for warm welcome. May I share my screen now?
Of course. I think you are allowed to.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Just seconds. Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, now I will try to, now is it, oh yeah. Is it from, can you see from the start, my presentation?
Yes,
Great.
We can.
Thank you very much. It will be interactive, so I'm counting on you. Once again, I would like to say that I'm really honored for this great invitation. Thank you very much, Professor Melton. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwarmiki. You are great, and I'm really glad to be part of this great event. I'm really impressed by all your expressions. I mean, by all your opinions and discussions. It's really great because those are questions that I'm also asking myself very often, and it's really wonderful that there are also people struggling with the same problems, and that makes me always happy that I'm not alone. On top of that, I would like to highlight at the very beginning that being ESP teacher is great fun because all the time we have to develop ourselves. It's not that we can stop, but it's always something amazing and unexpected. So I think I can start. So the topic I would like to discuss with you, and I hope after this session you will be richer or in the knowledge, and maybe you can share also your experience in that field, and I will be happy to learn from you as well. So needs analysis in ESP. Before I start, maybe only 2 short slides about my country. I'm coming from Poland, and it's not very big country in comparison to Algeria, I think with Tunisia as well. So that's my country, and I'm coming from Poznań. It's somewhere in the middle, in the a region called Greater Poland. So that's where I come from. That's my university, quite old, founded in 1919 with the old buildings and new buildings. And what's quite special, especially for our female part of audience, for the first time in the history, director of our university is a woman. So now your turn to know each other better. If you could write on chat your affiliation, maybe cities, countries, where do you come from? That would be great for me to know where do you come from. Unfortunately, I cannot now, or maybe I will skip it, or help Dr. Asma to check the chat, because we can then know where our participants are from, and we can also share our opinions. Okay, so I will continue. So how about the inscriptions? Oh, maybe I can do it. No. Can you share what countries? Because then I have to stop sharing the screen to check it. Okay, now I can see that. Great. So we have Algeria. We have Algeria as well. Okay. 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 So great. I'm waiting for you still. No, I cannot change it. All right. All right. Now about our plan. We'll talk about lacks, wants, and necessities, which are really the core of ESP course. I'm really glad to be here with you again, and would like to thank you also to Professor Hariji. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, but it was really great because you mentioned needs analysis. Also, Dr. Catherine mentioned needs analysis, which is really the core. Although there are maybe not so many common points between ESP and general English teaching, but still those, I don't remember how many, are quite crucial, and among them we can find needs analysis. So needs analysis, we'll talk about the definition and tools of needs analysis and procedure and application. So I hope it will be interesting for you. So we have like lacks, wants, and necessities, 3 important terms. And to maybe, my first question is, how do you understand them? What are lacks? What are wants? What are necessities? Generally, we understand all those terms, but are they really clear in reference to English language teaching? Is it that really that we understand it, or we can define them? So think for a while, and if you wish, you can write your definition. Okay. Right.
Target needs.
Sorry. Yeah, if you wish, you can of course also share your opinion.
We are speaking about Hutchinson and Waters' idea: learning needs and target needs.
And okay, target needs. Okay.
Lacks, wants, and necessities.
So how would you define them? How would you? Yeah, that's Hutchinson Waters, the basic ideas, and generally we have to come back to the core before we go further.
So the targets, I'm speaking about the target situation analysis here, and the target needs, it means what and why, what is the purpose behind determining the needs, what the students lack in the learning process, what will they do in the target situation analysis. All these should be questioned by or asked by the ESP practitioner to meet the student's needs.
Perfect. That's right. And we should add also one very important fact, that our students in ESP are quite specific, because they have also very individual needs. I will come back to this this thing in a minute, but yes, that's right. Now I would like to work on a minute with a very interesting paper written by two scientists from Jakarta. So we are at home, showing the questionnaire, and I hope you can see that. I'm not sure if I can make it a bit bigger. And there are respondents' answer concerning goals, concerning needs, and concerning lacks. So as you can see, what are your goals for learning English? We can see that it's one of the elements that was many statements that was mentioned here is learn lecture material in English, or to work in an international hospital. I would like to add that was a survey conducted between nurses or students on nurses studies. And again, also, why do you need to learn reading, or why do you need to learn writing? And again, we can find here some general, like English news or newspapers, but also quite specific, right? Official, informal letters in English, or again, why do you want to? So these are ones to master in writing, for example, to develop paragraphs or compile good information. Just to show you this example, because I think it's quite interesting, I would like to come back to my previous question, which was perfectly answered. So lacks, it's kind of gap between individual knowledge and necessities. So what we already have and what we want to have in the future, or what is necessary. So what are necessities? In this kind, necessities is need determined by demands of the target situation, because we still have to remember that wherever we work, or wherever we work, we encounter different communicative situations, and those situations are different depending on the context. So in ESP, we have to, it's our necessity to remember about the context. Again, one's individual expectations on the certain content, on the certain class. Okay, just to go further, before we analyze something or do something together, it is a definition of Anthony from a very good book on English, teaching English for specific purposes. English, what is generally English for specific purposes? I am not going to teach you that, because you know that best. But look at the definition. I especially highlighted the terms connected with needs, and here we have needs 3 times. So generally, again, maybe that small thing differentiating us from general English teachers, but still it's a big thing, because we have to analyze academic or occupational needs. I will talk about it later. Address those needs, meet them, and help learners in meeting these needs. So again, we can say that again, needs analysis is a core. It's the key point by developing ESP curriculums or scenarios. What are the difference between ESP needs and general needs? Again, Anthony said, because I think it was also addressed in one of the discussions, that ESP needs are non-linguistic needs that have a linguistic component. And that's much true in that, because we have to remember about the context. That's why it is so valuable, although it's so difficult, to cooperate with subject content knowledge teachers, because they are there for us with their knowledge. They do not understand linguistic issues very often, but still they can help us, they can support us. Okay, there were two kinds of needs. I'm not going to discuss it with you because you know that perfectly well, academic and occupational. But again, I would like to make it quite specific. Who are our target audience? Because we are talking about target needs. And in this case, target audience are in the first line are our present and past students. In the second line, there are instructors, educational authorities, policy makers, decision takers, faculty administrators, or applied linguists. Why? Because they have influence on the program that we are working with. And finally, third level are employers, company representatives, sponsors, professionals. So teaching, I would like to only highlight that teaching ESP is a very broad perspective. It's not only you and me in the class, but there are many people that can have direct or indirect influence on what is taught and why is taught. Okay, now I will share with you something quite, I hope, interesting, which is a, and I would like you to read a short abstract that I will share with you in a moment. I will stop sharing because that's a task I would like to give you. If you would like to add something at this moment, or if you have any thoughts that you would like to share, you are welcome. I will send you a link now, and my my question would be to you to open this link, open this paper, and there is a table with some questions. I would like you to answer. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. So that's our first task. I sent you the paper on the role of English language in the field of agriculture. I'm sorry, here is a typo. So agriculture, something I hope there is no one working with agriculture, which makes us the task maybe more interesting. So please go through the abstract and find out information that are asked here in the table. I will give you like 3 minutes just to, you know. Is it possible to open the abstract and go through it for all of you? Or?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes, the link is working, and
okay.
I think that it is working for everyone.
Okay, great. Thank you for monitoring the situation.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. It's quite difficult because I would like to look at the chat at the moment, but I think I'm not multitasking enough. By the way, it's also very important competence of the teachers to be multitasking, not only
multitasking. Indeed.
Yeah, multitasking. It's the key point, you know, that you're able to not only deal with the issues you're teaching, but also, you know, answer at the same time 3 different questions parallelly. That's you know.
Indeed, yeah. So everyone, I think we will be needing 3 minutes.
Yeah,
in order
okay.
to try
Go
to
through
answer.
the abstract. It's quite short, and there are here you have questions concerning the needs. It's maybe I will also add it's relatively new because it's paper from 2022, and it's really interesting. I like monitoring the things concerning needs analysis, because we should know that needs analysis are changing very quickly. They are I would say very sensitive measure of what is happening. Yeah, the needs in the field of technology, of whatever. I think that also this how it's called, great online transition, which is certainly the COVID pandemic changed a lot. Also, not only from our side, I mean, from our perspective, from perspective of teachers, but also from perspective of learners.
Indeed, yeah. The COVID pandemic did change a lot of dynamics about the didactics, the pedagogy field. And for teachers, it was very challenging in order to assess the certain needs of students and try to keep up with them. Same thing with students, be it in the field of language, like teaching languages, or any other field. Even in my field, design, it was really a challenge indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's you know, we did, but there are also positive, you know, because people keep complaining that it was hard. It was, but on the other hand, there are so many positive things about it. I mean, at least in Poland, I can tell you on my own example that it changed a lot. I mean, that the awareness of teachers in using different materials, platforms, and also different kinds of encouragement activities to make students involved. I think we did like a, you know, 100 years investment at once. So it was great.
Yeah. Training, I mean, no teacher actually received training on how to use these platforms. We trained at the same time that we were using them. So it was quite a challenge, but at the same time, now we have the tools to face any situation. A teacher who cannot commute, actually, or a teacher who has like a, let's say, engagements prior, at the same time that they were supposed to be teaching, could actually use this online tool, could actually use all these new methods in order to face these problems and these challenges. So it was quite interesting to see this from the perspective of teachers, as well from the perspective of students who are like more used to technology and to the digital, and yet I did see challenges from their side. I did see them struggling a little bit on how to use the platforms, and it was surprising with this generation. They're supposed to be more aware, like more technologically aware, and yet they learned at the same time that we were learning. So it was quite an interesting dynamic, I would say.
Yeah, that was a hands-on experience, I would say, and yeah, it showed also that teachers are flexible, or and now we are prepared for everything. I guess.
Everything, we are prepared for the apocalypse.
Whatever happens, you know, we are ready. Yes. That's true.
We are.
Okay. By the way, from the audience, do you have any? Because we changed a little bit the topic, but well, it's still very valuable. Do you have any experience you would like to share about maybe changing needs of teachers and learners after COVID pandemic? Because that's very valuable. How did you manage to survive in different places and with different tools?
Yes, anyone from the audience who would like to interact with us and share their experience, you could go ahead, either write on the chat box or unmute yourself and participate. You're free. Let's see.
Yes, can I interfere?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Of course.
You're welcome. So my experience actually is pulled from EOP. It's English for Occupational Purposes. And business in my business district has been a lot affected by pandemic or by COVID-19 pandemic. Business professionals actually use the travel to China and to Middle East and to many countries in order to communicate and negotiate the price, haggling over price and getting items they want and goods they want.
just after the lockdown and after quarantine, so business professionals actually were devastated and didn't want to, to lose their trade, to lose their money, etc. So they were forced to use communication via technology. They were forced to use technology in order to save their enterprises, to save their companies. So being one of the researchers in the field of business English, so we had collected some viewpoints. I had collected some testimonies. I asked them to write some diaries about what happened during the crisis. Actually, a lot of problems happened and a lot of challenges were faced by them. For instance, they had to use two applications, which were WhatsApp, Imo, and WeChat. Yeah, which is not very common in Algeria. It's called WeChat. And the second problem is how to use these applications, which is technology literacy. Yeah. The second time is how to get the goods and how to negotiate the price, remotely. And sometimes they use Derja, which is a colloquial Algerian. Sometimes they move to French, sometimes to use Chinese, etc., in order to get the Chinese, the counterpart or the supplier understand. When it's as regards, Middle East suppliers. So let me say that the difficulty is less tragic, but with Chinese, with some people from Asian countries, actually they suffered a lot. I can say that many of business professionals had to bankrupt due to the lack of technology literacy and the lack of communication by face-to-face or providing translators. So this is what happened in the last 2 years as regards needs. Business needs when it comes to English, as regards also technology literacy. And we have figured out that we Algerians in general, we are very poor at using technology in communication, either in general English and let alone in business English, where money is at stake. So this is my own experience. I'm collecting some data about these business professionals, and maybe I'll give you some findings in the near future, inshallah.
Oh, great comment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I agree with you. The situation in Poland was quite similar with digital literacy, etc., and the knowledge about different tools. Thank you very much. Anybody else would like to share? Because it's also very, very valuable to know your opinion, your situation, context. Okay, maybe.
The similar, I would say the similar things. Sorry, I interfered very suddenly. The similar things we experienced, I was going to say, the most challenging thing was the digital literacy. We were using, of course, as an EFL teacher, we were using digital tools, but suddenly a lot of digital tools, different technologies popped up, and we tried to keep up our improvement, actually, our digital literacy very much, like Penzu, for example, for writing. We would teach, we would use Penzu, ThinkLink. There are many things that we were just using Google, Zoom, maybe a little, and using internet for different purposes, but there were different digital tools, and we needed to update ourselves in terms of this digital literacy. It was challenging for me and for most ESP and EFL teachers. I was going to say that. Not new, but similar things actually. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I see there is
Dr. Catalin. Yeah.
Catalin, yeah.
For us, well, I was teaching EAP to Chinese students, and obviously we had to do it from the UK. We couldn't travel to China.
Yes.
And in addition to organizing the teaching online, what was difficult actually, not so much the teaching, but assessment. because we needed to conduct all the assessments online, and that was a challenge.
Yeah.
Verifying that the student is the student, invigilating classrooms, online classrooms, while the students were writing their essays. So that was quite a challenge.
Yeah, that's a huge topic. That's a huge topic, and for sure, topic for the next workshop session.
Yes, a great idea, actually.
Yeah. I also found that's a different issue, but teaching online. Last year I taught on a master's course online, and we needed to do teaching practice, mini teaching practice. And that is very, very difficult to do effectively. To organize it, well, you can organize it. You can say, okay, you work in groups and you prepare your part of the lesson in a group of 3. All the 3 of you have to do something, and then the other 3 will follow. Organizing is not a problem. But there is no ambiance, if you like. There is no real connection. And it's so difficult actually to have that feel of that we are actually teaching. And those ones who are not teaching at the moment need to observe, but to get a comment from a student on another student's teaching online is almost impossible. It's like trying to squeeze blood out of stone, you know, so to say. So I think there are quite a lot of things that are possible, but well, they are, I wouldn't even say second best. They are just emergency because we need to do something and we can't stop teaching.
Yeah, it was that or stop teaching altogether. So we had to like try our best, let's say. And you imagine assessment, of course.
Yes, Dr.
Of course. Yes, of course, Dr. Wafa, yes.
Yes, Dr. Joanna, I guess that's also one of the most challenging tasks is the selection of material in itself. Not only course design, but the selection of appropriate material. It's really a difficult task. Well, I was trying, when I conducted my PhD thesis, you know, it took me very few months to finish with the theoretical part. But when it comes to designing just some simple lectures, okay, and deliver them, it was really very hard task. So I guess the problem is in the selection of the appropriate material. Don't you think so?
A very good point. A very good point, yeah. Especially in ESP, when generally it's it's teachers' rule to find and choose perfect materials. And don't forget that the best materials are authentic materials. Not that we have to work on or prepare for our for our students, yeah, because there are some very specific small fields like, let's say, design or agriculture, and I think the number of textbooks on this is very limited. So, perfect point, yeah. Another topic for the workshop, I guess.
Yes. We'll elaborate on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, all of you, for contributions. I guess we can come back to the task. I hope you could concentrate on the task. So, where and when was this study published? Anyone can answer? It's a very popular journal. I recommend, because there are so many interesting points there for us, for teachers. It was English for specific purposes. Yeah, exactly. So who are the authors? Of course, you can find it at the very top of the paper. And what is the context for this needs analysis?
Anyone from the audience wants to answer?
What do you mean exactly, Dr. Joanna? The context
it's context. I mean, was it what kind of what for was this a needs analysis conducted? What was the aim?
It's to determine the needs of the learners and
Exactly.
accordingly design the course.
Yeah, exactly. And who are the participants?
It's me, Dr. Wafa.
Yeah, I know. No, I mean the next question. Next question, who are the participants in the needs analysis?
5 technicians at one company, 5 teachers at one vet school.
Exactly. And here the core question, which will be the beginning of the next task. So how was data collected? So what were the tools? Because now we are talking about tools for needs analysis.
A qualitative approach, data from document analysis and interviews.
Exactly, and that's very important for us. Thank you very much, Dr. Asma. That's very, very important. That in this case, we did not only, because we have different tools of needs analysis. I will show you. Wait a moment. In a minute, some of them. Some of them. They are named by Anthony, but you know them perfectly well also from the literature. But in this specific research that I prepared for you, I sent you, there are 2 different secondary and primary needs document that we can or data we can analyze. So that's a very important hint that although we have different methods and sometimes we don't have time to correlate them, it's very valuable to use so-called mixed methods. So not only concentrate on one way or one tool, but join them, combine them together. So what are data collections? We can review research literature. We can review documents here. We can review learning materials, textbooks. There are different kinds of needs analysis. Textbook analysis criteria. We can use questionnaires or surveys, interviews, observations of learners in the action. As well as analysis of learner language and target language. It seems to be very challenging, but as well we can do that. Or just testing the learner's performance before, during, and after the course, which we already do because part of each course there is this final test, exam, whatever. So it is somehow the automatically information on the input and output. Okay, now my question is, what kind of data collection methods you use in your class? So what are your favorite, which you don't like, and why? Maybe some now I have to change, or I will help you. I will ask you for help to read the chat because I cannot see it when I'm showing the presentation.
Indeed.
If there are any answer or response, I would be very glad to read them. Or if you want to contribute, you can do it anytime. So share with me. And okay, so we are.
So if I may perhaps try
on.
to answer. My favorite method that I use within my class is actually observation of learners and trying to assess their needs, starting from observation, from the interactions between me as a teacher and them as students. Sometimes I do actually test their performance with let's say carefully prepared small tests in order to assess if they are actually learning something, if it is answering their proper needs, or if I should change my methodology altogether. So observation and testing would be my go-to data collection methods for me.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Or there are any statements on the chat? Sorry.
In the chat, not yet.
Okay.
Can I comment?
Yes. Go on, please.
Of course.
So how would you estimate collect needs via observation? So how do you know what your learners need? Or needs?
I understand perhaps the confusion because in the field of design, we do have certain methodology, let's say for observation. We try to take some of the methods from the psychology field, from the sociology field as well, in order to observe the reactions, the corporal reactions and facial reactions of students, in order to try to collect some data. So this is how we assess their needs, by observation. We do also use some technological devices, if it is possible, like from neurosciences and all those tools, like sometimes even like the heartbeat. For example, for my thesis, I did use collecting the heartbeat in order to make the correlation between emotions and reactions, as well as observing their facial reaction during a certain period of time in order to know what are their specific needs. So maybe that is why a little bit confusing, because we are from different fields, that's why.
Oh, no, actually, it's very interesting. I've never heard of this kind of, of data collection, needs collection, but it's very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
I would be happy to share, I would be happy to share with you in details if you would like, and like contacting or anything. I would be happy to share in details the methodology if you are interested.
Yeah, during the next workshop.
Yes.
Okay. Great idea. Dr. Kwarniki, also, you wanted to say anything because you unmuted yourself?
Yeah, Dr. Wafa.
Okay, I've forgotten about my idea. Maybe I'll join it.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Okay. Right. I would like to come back briefly, only briefly, to the. Oh, sorry. Okay, this thing. To our task. So you have different kinds of. By the way, do we have any new statements in the chat box?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I will keep you updated if there is anything.
Okay. Please do. So our great task, it was here, and I would like only to tell you the main findings from this needs analysis, which are following. Of course, you can compare it with your answers. English language is necessary for agriculture technicians to carry out specific tasks, and it's clear. Teachers agree that not only general English should be taught, but also English that meets students' needs, and it's also obvious. And surprise, surprise, vocational language programs for agriculture studies do not exist. So this adds difficulty. And I think that apart from very, I would say, common ESP programs for like business or legal English, there are, this is one of the problems that is, again, our next motivator to conduct needs analysis, because very often we are responsible for our ESP program. We are responsible for, again, thank you for this comment, for material selection. So it's our task to do it and our responsibility as well. I would like to go to one very interesting research that is somehow connected with the discussion we had already on needs and on skills that should be developed. I guess it was during this not the last one, but previous lecture or workshop, and about skills. Which skills should be taught, or should all 4 skills be developed during ESP course? And here is the example of. It's also on the basis of the article written by, it's from the Polish context, the lady Sendur. She wrote, she checked all course books for English for the police. And according to this course book, she could check, and generally all 4 skills were developed in the course books without any special focus. After the so in the program of special courses and studies, those candidates have to pass the exam, general English exam. So generally they are tested in all 4 skills. Whereas the thing is that after conducting or analyzing some needs and specific profiles of the job, professions, people working for the police, the main points, the main skills they are using at work is listening and speaking. So they are not as interested in writing essays or whatever, but what it counts for them is listening and speaking. And now the conclusion of this analysis, if you are interested, I can always send you the link to the paper, is that generally the course is great. Okay, there is a course for the very specific area, but the course the course doesn't meet the needs of students or doesn't prepare future candidates for the communicative task at work. I don't know if you shared similar examples or do you have similar feelings or experienced that? But still, I would say all four skills are important, but the core thing of ESP is just to know the specific needs. So needs connected with the potential professional context. Without that, we cannot go further, because for our students, for our learners, it might be very important to focus on a very specific need. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, Doctor. I absolutely agree with you. So here we have already discussed this in the session of Dr. Catalin, when we said that the skills that needs more focus or attention are determined based on the needs. Yet we are supposed to teach all the four skills, and we devote attention to those needed. For example, a tourist guide may need speaking. Okay, he doesn't need any kind of writing business. Someone who is working in administration may need writing skill, to develop writing skill. That's why we have I totally agree with you in regarding this.
This is what I recommended before.
Yeah.
You know, you see that was perfect, because we build a kind of line between our workshops, and that's great that we share the same opinion on that. I wasn't prepared with this example, so that was great that this example was mentioned before. But before we go further, I would like to somehow add something, because okay, there should be specific needs. We know to know them, but to know them better, it's not enough to ask students, because very often they only know very superficially the thing what is needed at work. So that's why we have to cooperate with potential companies, potential employers, places where they can find or where they can know something more about the context. I don't know, what's your experience in that field? Do you have any experience? Would you like to add anything?
Yes, I have something to Mrs. Joanna, if it's possible.
Great. Come on, that's yes, why I would like to discuss with you. Yeah. Yes,
I will come back. Will come back to my first idea concerning the target needs and the learning needs. And we said in the target needs, we have three components. They go together. The trio. There is a kind of intercourse between them. Likes, wants, and needs, as Hutchinson 1987 and Waters asserted. Now, my question is, do you think that the target needs and the learning needs go together, or one precedes the other one?
It's a very good question. Thank you very much. Well, they should go together. They should go, but sometimes they don't. And I think it's our teachers' rule to compare them, maybe to build the bridge between them. Don't you think?
Yes, I think. Well, sometimes it depends on the situation, by the way. So the target needs, first we have the students or the target population. We have to design first. Then we have to make a kind of a diagnostic study about their needs, the level, etc. And then the learning situation, it is about the learning needs, it's about the methodology, the assessment, and the objective, and the learning style that I'm going to base on during the target situation study. So they get together, by the way.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, exactly. And what you said is what I'm going, what I was generally, what I wanted to say. And I think it's this nice graph visualize it. So needs analysis is who, what, when, and why. Materials, methods, how, and learning objectives, what, evaluation, how well we do it. Now, the next point is what you also mentioned. So that's the whole circle of our course design. I'm sorry, I have to ask, do I still have time? Because I'm a bit lost due to some shifts in time, and I'm not sure if I'm not stealing the time of the next presenter.
We can let's say we can allow you a little bit of extra time.
Okay, but
because this is this is interactive and interesting, so it is no problem.
I'm very happy and glad, but I know that there are next people after me, so
let's say then 10 minutes then.
Only briefly, I will try to make it short and simple. So conducting of needs analysis, then analyzing results, designing LSP course, that should be the process. And again, evaluating the course. So not only one method, we've already talked about it. Yeah, again, systematic data collection and views of different stakeholders, what I've already mentioned. So not only learners, but also employers, people who are involved, also the analysis of secondary data and triangulation of data with different multiple research methods and instruments. Also, heartbeat can be the sign, can be the sign of interest, can be a sign of active involvement, but also of interest, of needs. So we should be, after all, it's my thought now, quite well after conclusive, that we should be after all good observers of our students. So again multitasking. Okay. Well, one more thing I would like to show you. I don't know if you know Mentimeter. It's a great tool I use. I wanted to do that with you, but we had this discussion, and sorry for chaotic thing, but I would like to recommend it. It's a great tool. It's for free. You can use it also to check very briefly, very quickly the needs of your students. It is the website where you can prepare your presentation. It doesn't have to be an entire presentation. It can be only a short part of the presentation, and then using, and it's another something attractive for our students. They can use their mobile phones to answer the questions, and sometimes it's only the questions can be prepared in different ways. So with the in the form of, for example, word cloud. I like it very much because it's so visible, or with the form of some graphs or whatever. So it's a very short, because we are also afraid that we have our program, we need to cover some elements, but still don't forget that this needs analysis is the key for our success. So it's something very short, quick, and you can use it always. Like, do you like this kind of task, or what is important for you to learn, or why do you join this course? There are small short things that you can use, and it's quite useful. It's my own experience, and I would like to share with you because it's like very, very important. And just a conclusion, so needs are unique to each LSP context. They are not universal. and they are not everlasting. So we must be aware that they are changing. What we've already mentioned, talking about COVID, our younger or elder students are changing because the world is changing. So nothing's stable in our job. That's why our job is interesting. Needs analysis is fundamental for course planning, curriculum design, and material development, material selection. So we won't go farther without a needs analysis. Be aware of that. And also, we should analyze different views, different stakeholders. That are the last thoughts, and I hope you agree with me, and you can, well, for sure it's a topic we can go farther with. So that would be from me, and of course I will be very happy to answer all your questions. But before I do that, there is something I would like to mention using my extra time. There will be a conference on LSP teaching in Poland. We don't have the call yet, but I will send you, I will write on chat the address, the conference address. If you're interested in receiving a call and you would think about participating in the conference, with extra workshops for teachers on LSP teaching, ESP teaching, on different elements, feel welcome, and you can write and I will be over happy to meet you all in person. So I will now stop sharing. I hope I will manage that somehow. Stop sharing, yes. And I'm ready. I'm ready to answer any questions, but not too many because we are stealing the time of the next person. But we have already ideas for next great workshops, so don't worry.
Yeah.
So,
okay, can
thank you,
yes,
Dr. Ioana. And yes, Dr. Wafaa, you are free to interfere indeed.
Okay, thank you so much indeed. Thank you for this amazing presentation, Dr. Joanna. I'm very lucky to find someone who shares really the field of interest, someone like you, okay? And we are all interested in your call for papers. I'll be sharing it as soon as it will be ready with all the ESP community, okay? Whether here in Algeria or Tunisia, all over the world. So my comment regarding the last point you mentioned regarding needs analysis. You have said that we should always conduct needs analysis, means that if we create or if we design a course for Master 1 students, I mean, when we talk about English for academic purposes, engineering students, means that the next year we shouldn't take for granted that such needs analysis or such a course would fit the other students' needs. That's why it's really a challenging task. It means there isn't a stable program or syllabus to be designed. Maybe we can have the guide of some textbooks, but we can never rely entirely on previously conducted course designs or needs analysis. And it's really, teaching ESP, it's really challenging.
That's why it's so great.
Yeah, that's why it's so great. Yet I always propose that there should be kind of motivation, because the ESP teacher plays different roles, okay? So in addition to all the roles the EGP teacher plays, he plays other 4 very significant roles like designing course, selection of material, etc. So what would we propose as a kind of reward for such an ESP practitioner?
Well, the reward are our students who are happy with us. Don't you have this feeling when you really did a great lesson that you feel like, oh, that was great. I'm happy to see the results of my learners. Of course, I totally agree with you. That's a lot of work you have to put on the curriculum design, program design, on preparing tasks and so on. But first of all, you're still developing. That's your reward. Nothing's permanent. And in this job, you will never stay and, use the same materials 20 years long.
Yeah,
no, that's not the point. So it's the reward for yourself, your self-development. I mean, that's great when people coming to me after the course, when they already finished studies, and they come and say, okay, that was great that we exercise, we we had those tasks because I know how to work, how to do it at work, and my employer is happy because I could do that from the very beginning, or even I received the work because during the interview I know how to do that, because generally in the majority of I'm teaching business English, and majority of companies now do a kind of test, interview, simulation, etc. So that's also great. So I think yes, I think that's a kind of reward for me at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you, Dr. Johanna. Yet, I mean, you know, for you, maybe that's an active teacher, but for others, I'm not saying they are reluctant, but they should be motivated, because it's really hard job to select material and to see what is well exemplified, to check for the appropriate vocabulary. It's really a tiring job. I mean, I want something to motivate, because we are using the vehicle to motivate our learners. We use the subject specialism, so we need something to motivate
someone
us
could motivate us
as a practitioner.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point, you know. That's a good point. Yeah, we should motivate ourselves, you know. Maybe that will be the best.
Okay.
Well,
So
thank you
this
for your
is what we call the
intervention.
intrinsic motivation.
Oh yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point.
Now, teachers should be motivated by themselves intrinsically.
Yeah.
True. Thank you, Dr. Joanna, for your very beautiful and very complex, also an interesting intervention that gave us a lot to think about, and a lot of new ideas that would perhaps, and I hope so, give place to new workshops and new conferences. We are, of course, very interested in your call for paper. I am very interested in you having your email for us for further contact.
Okay, I'm doing that, no problem.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, because without your contribution, it wouldn't be this workshop. So thank you very much. Thank you for invitation, and thank you for all those, because I learned a lot as well, and that's another motivation, another reward. You know, it's mutual learning. So thank you once again.
Thank you,
Dr. so much, Dr. Johanna. Thank you so much indeed. And thank you for accepting the invitation to collaborate with in this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think with no further ado, unless there is someone who wants to intervene or has a question for Dr. Johanna, I think with no further ado, we will be moving to our second participant for this workshop. Then I will be presenting Dr. Burshak Yilmaz Yakshik. I think that I'm not butchering the name.
That's great. Great pronunciation.
Well, thank you. Dr. Burshak works at the School of Foreign Languages at Gazi University. She received her PhD at the ELT department at the same university, graduating in 2012. And she will be talking about the key components in ESP course design. So with no further ado, Dr. Burshak, the floor is yours to share your screen if you want.
Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna share the screen right now. All right.
I think that we see your screen.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Wafa and Professor Meltem for inviting me to this seminar. It's really a pleasure to be with distinguished academicians, researchers, and motivated teachers. I see there are many motivated teachers who are participating in the conferences, in the seminars a lot. Thank you, and I'm expecting your participation as well, because I planned it to be an interactive one. By the way, we saw that we are not alone. We're all struggling with the same issues, obviously, because it's a very challenging process. It's a very difficult process. And as a teacher, as an ESP teacher, we need to develop ourselves, update ourselves all the time. And it's nice to see that we are not alone. and we are solving problems. We're creating problems and then finding solutions for our problems all together here. This course design, by the way, my presentation will be like a wrap-up, because there have been many presentations so far, and I will tap on, while I was listening to those presentations, I thought that I'm going to tap on the issues that many academicians talked about here. So it will be like a wrap-up, by the way. I want to start with two brief questions. First of all, what is the most spoken, the most underlined issue in today's seminar? The most spoken, the most underlined, the most highlighted issue throughout this seminar? What would you say?
Repeat your question.
Sorry, what about my voice, by the way? Was that clear? Because
yes, Dr. Chrysologia.
There was silence from the start, by the way. There has been a silence, so I couldn't hear what you were saying. Sorry. Can you repeat that, Salim? Did you say something? What was the most spoken, the most highlighted issue throughout this seminar? What was that issue about ESP courses?
Can I say something?
Yes, Dr. Rufe, yes.
Yeah, so the most issues that we discussed since morning, starting from Dr. Turkey's presentation, we're talking about the difference between ESP and EGP, ESP teacher competencies, needs analysis.
But there was something
Dr. Asma,
yes.
Please ask, I guess, Dr. Salim to unmute the music. Okay, please, it's around. Unmute yourself, please.
I think it's muted now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the difference between ESP and EGP courses. And also there was an issue that all the researchers, all the speakers mentioned. That was needs analysis. Wasn't that the needs and the importance of needs analysis? Nearly all the speakers mentioned the significance of needs analysis. And that's the starting point with the course design, actually. And I'd like to ask another question. Have you ever designed an ESP course from scratch?
Yes, we did.
Yes, you did. Perfect. Okay. All right. So you're familiar with the components of the course design. Maybe you were struggling, so you can participate. You can contribute to my presentation.
We are familiar, yet we are facing difficulties.
Yeah, we are still facing, because the problems are never-ending problems. Okay. So when you look at this image, we see lots of things, because course design is a very, very complicated, very complex process. It may look simple, it may sound simple, but it's a very complicated process. You need to consider lots of things at once. Who are the learners? What are you going to do? How will you select the materials? Are you going to follow a course book, or are you going to follow a dogma lesson, for example? How are you going to assess students' progress? How are you going to give feedback, oral feedback, written feedback? What about your values, the values of your university, the institution, the social values? So there are many, many things that you're gonna consider when you are planning a course design, actually. But Dr. Ioana said, this is a systematic data collection process. And this is very important. I really find it very significant. That's right. This is a very systematic data collection from stakeholders, from the teachers, academicians, from the learners. So when we put them in an organized scheme, so our job is really becomes easier. Okay, so today's agenda, my presentation's agenda is, we will tap on course design in general, the characteristics of an ESP course, the process of an ESP course design, needs analysis, factors affecting ESP course design, and then finally, I'm gonna get your questions and suggestions. Okay, so course design in general in general involves how the syllabus will be implemented. When you focus on the red phrases and the bold phrases in this paragraph, you will see that in one of the presentations in the morning, I think it was Dr. Catalin's presentation, we talked about the teacher competencies. And we saw that in many categories, EFL teachers, EGP teacher, and ESP teacher had common characteristics, and the programs have common characteristics. Now, in general, course design involves planning how a syllabus will be implemented, such as teaching methods, your resources, and how much time will be allotted with the for the activities. How will you manage the classroom activities? How are you going to organize them? How are you going to select them? And how are you going to evaluate students' progress? So ESP course design is quite similar to the course design in general, the EGP course design. So it's a systematic data collection from different stakeholders as well. And we are trying to create the best possible setting for ESP learners. For example, I am teaching medicine students. So if I am designing a course design for medicine students, I need to collect some important data that will shed light onto my route. So I can talk to academicians at the faculty. I can talk to doctors and other health science workers, employers in the field, and my students as well. Okay, so we all agree that this is a systematic data collection process. And I think we all know, by the way, I'm just tapping on these key terms because we're going to talk about these things throughout the presentation. I think we all know the curriculum, what a curriculum is, what a syllabus is. When I ask you which one is the broader term, by the way, the curriculum or the syllabus? Which
curriculum. Curriculum, it's more theoretical.
Okay, it's more theoretical. Yes, that's the broadest planning. So the
theoretical document.
Yeah, thank you. That's right. So you are just putting your goals, your objectives, or your lesson. That's the broadest planning of your lesson, the general sequencing, general timing of the courses, so that it meets the needs of your learners. But syllabus is more specific, and that's the type, the sub part of the curriculum. Can we say something like that? I think yes. So syllabus design involves the decisions about unit distribution of classroom interactive.
Doctor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Dr. Salim, would you please mute the mic, please?
Sorry,
or don't use the music, please.
Background noise, yeah, okay, thank you. So the units, we are distributing the units, the topics actually, for a good classroom instruction. But what I see is just planning a new syllabus design for an ESP course, an EGP course. We are using ready-made syllabi. For example, this is what I observe in most of the cases. We just take a course book and then we divide the units into weeks. Okay, so this is not a perfect and ideal syllabus design. So we can discuss it later, maybe. Let's put a question mark here in the subject. Syllabus design is something more, should be carefully planned. I think it's not just dividing the units into weeks. So let's talk about the parameters of an ESP course design. Here, we are trying to equip learners with specific strategies, skills, and vocabulary required in their own professional field to communicate effectively in the target situation. Actually, we are preparing them for their future profession. This is something really meaningful, and it makes our job very valuable and very exciting. I find it really exciting because we are just equipping our learners with the activities, with the knowledge, with the vocabulary, with the strategies and skills that they will need in their future professions. So for successful program, we need a realistic curriculum, an effective syllabus design, materials production, or we can say material design, and evaluation assessment. I just took them together. And competent teachers, that's what Dr. Katalin mentioned, competent teachers. We generally neglect that part while we are designing our courses. And of course, motivated learners. This is really important here. So I didn't put one thing by the way, deliberately, I didn't put it. What is that? What is missing in this list? By the way, each of these components will influence each other and will be influenced by the others. Okay, so they are complementing each other, of course. But one thing is missing here.
Needs analysis?
Yes, that's it. We said, yes, yes. Thank you, well done. That's the starting point, actually, and that's very important. Okay, so I'm gonna mention it again. First of all, let's identify the characteristics of an ESP course. So we discussed the differences between EGP course and ESP courses. I'm sorry, these are like the repetitions of the first presentations, but I will try to summarize them. And these are very important topics with an effective course design. So I need to underline all these topics once more. So very quickly, maybe I can follow it. Can I follow it from the chat box? Yeah, I may see different answers flow down in the chat box. Identify the characteristics of an ESP course. For example, we need to focus on their needs, let's say. Let me tell the first one first. Yes, focus needs, Dr. Kafa said. Thank you. What else? Think about the students, the characteristics of the students, the characteristics of the material that you're using. Yes, we focus on skills. Type of the assessment will be different from what we are using for EFL learners. Goals are different. Thank you. Dr. Kafa says also we are focusing on particular skills. That's right. Maybe my students don't need grammar, so I will just skip that part and focus on more vocabulary as a language area. That's right. What else? Yes, that's it. The selection of the appropriate material is really important. So you can waste time on this ESP course. Yes, it's related to students' field of specialism. The quality of the ESP material is important. Thank you, Salim. Learners' needs. Okay, thank you very much for participating. Okay, so a group of teachers are discussing here. Let's see them. So let's see whether your answers are parallel to those answers. Generally for young adults and adults. By the way, you may teach ESP courses at a vocational high school, and it's not an obligatory to say that you're teaching generally for young adults and adults. You can also teach teenagers at a vocational high school. Why not? But it is, the literature says, these are taken from the literature. The literature says it is generally for adults. Yes, you said meeting the specific needs. It's related to particular disciplines, and activities are arranged in line with these disciplines. We are teaching generally for intermediate and advanced learners, and the course develops from a needs analysis. This is really important, and it might be restricted to a few language skills. So we discussed in the previous presentations, I remember discussing the importance of 4 skills, because in EFL courses, 4 skills and the sub-skills are really important. So they need to complement each other, 4 skills and the other language components like grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation. But in ESP course, the case is different. If your students need more practice on a specific skill, Yes, why not? You can arrange your courses, giving much more attention to that specific skill, reading, writing. Yes, Dr. Kafa. Do you want to contribute at this point?
Yes, please. Would you please go back to the previous slide? I just want to comment something, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Well, I guess for the point of activities are arranged in line with these disciplines. I guess here you mean that the selection of the, let's say, the real content or the linguistic points is defined by the field of specialism itself. For instance, biology, computing, here we focus on teaching present tense, passive voice. So it's the discipline that determines even the elements of the grammatical points that we have to teach.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay. Yes, you're right.
Thank you so much.
We may use different disciplines, of course, in a biological class. Let's say you're giving an ESP course at the Faculty of Teaching and at the Department of Biology Teaching, let's say. Of course, you can bring some other materials from interdisciplinary parts. Of course, yeah, it will motivate your students, of course, but generally our students want to specialize on a subject. So along with the subject matter courses, we are just supporting those subject matter courses. So we need to arrange the activities in line with those disciplines. Okay, here they are adopted from three different resources, by the way, Dudley Evans, Robinson, and Strevens. So I just summarized all these things in 7 items. So you can see, so these are just small notions, let's say phrases about the characteristics of an ESP course, sorry. And these are the full sentences about the same things, okay? Nothing different. So you can just go through these things very quickly. I won't read them. Dr. Kafa, do you want to contribute? No, you're raising your hand. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I have forgotten just to, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. So I can say, different from those 6 teachers talking about the characteristics of an ESP course, the 7th one is different. I want to highlight this issue. This is a dynamic process, yes, and needs and resources can vary in time, so it should be built in feedback channels. So what are those feedback channels, actually? We are continuously getting feedback from our students, from the other academicians teaching lectures, teaching the subject matter courses, from the other stakeholders in the professional life. Dr. Joanna said, for example, she was communicating with the employers in the company. Am I right, by the way, or am I just making up new ideas? Yes, the stakeholders from the other companies, they are really important feedback channels for us. So when we design a course, so it is not fixed, okay? We can always turn back and we can always change, modify our course because the needs change in time. We talked about the digital tools, for example, science, technology, they're always changing. So we need to update our course in line with those changes, in line with those advances. So let's turn back to that needs analysis, the missing information in the previous slides. So this is very important because this is our starting point, okay? So the learners, the information of the learners' needs are obtained through the needs analysis. We won't talk, and there is no need to talk about it in a very detailed way because nearly all of the speakers mentioned this topic, needs analysis. But I want you to do something else. This is an activity. This is a design. This is the course design process. Can you put them in order, please? In your opinion, how will you put them in order? Creating syllabus, classroom teaching, evaluation and assessment, content specification, material design, needs analysis, and interpreting the needs analysis data. I can do first answers. You can write, by the way, it will be easier to,
needs analysis is the first.
I guess we all agree that needs analysis is the core or pillar of ESP. So we all agree that needs analysis goes in the, takes the first place.
And interpreting the needs analysis data follows it.
Okay, all right.
And then comes the design.
No, interpreting the needs analysis data. No?
Yes, yes, you are right. FG, then FG needs analysis, interpreting needs analysis data. What are we going to do?
Material design? Sorry, content specification first.
Content specification, material design, creating, material design, creating syllabus.
Material design. Material design, I guess it goes first before creating the syllabus. No?
Content specification comes before.
Yeah.
Yes, after interpreting the needs analysis data, content specification comes, and then
classroom teaching. After creating the syllabus.
Creating syllabus.
Then classroom teaching, and finally evaluation and assessment.
Dr. Wafa, where will you put the material design then?
After creating syllabus, probably.
No, I guess material design, I guess it's before. We have to select the material first. Then we create the syllabus.
We can put together interchangeably.
Yeah, they are very close to each other. Creating syllabus and then material design.
I guess the process gets along all together. Okay, selection material with designing the syllabus.
So let's see what the literature says. The literature follows this line, this order actually. First of all, we conduct needs analysis, and then we interpret the data analysis. There are tools for needs analysis, by the way. We're going to talk about that a little. And then we can specify the content. What are you going to teach? What do your students need? And then we create the syllabus. We have the syllabus design. We just distribute the units in an organized way, in a timeline. And then we design materials, hopefully effective materials. And then classroom teaching, I put them in the same way, by the way, in the same part, teaching and evaluation, of course, they all complement each other. But sometimes there are some problems in this order. So we may face different problems during during the semester.
Indeed, Professor Doctor, concerning evaluation, I want just to add a point. Regarding evaluation, I guess it's an ongoing assessment. Well, we have the final evaluation, the case, but in ESP Core Design, there must be an ongoing assessment. I mean, each time we can readjust, etc.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for this important point. Yes, we can have ongoing process about the evaluation. So that's not the end point. Okay. Thank you for pointing that.
Dr. Burçak? Dr. Burçak, may I say something?
Yes, please.
Actually, this is a very well-known EDI model in instructional design. We start with the analysis, then we do design, then we develop, and then implementation and evaluation. But this is the core model, but there can be some variations, minor variations according to the circumstances.
That's right. That's why I put it's a dynamic process. Maybe I would put it in a more circular way, by the way. Maybe the design could be different. Needs analysis, that needs and resources can vary. So yes, maybe it's like an arrow. It's, of course, you can.
Doctor, I don't know if it's Dr. Esma, but again, Dr. Katalin is raising her hand. She wants to add something.
Yes, please.
Oh, I was not aware. Of course, Dr. Katalin, you can intervene at any moment.
Yes, I would like to say that yes, it's the ADDIE design, and this is a very content-centered design, and it focuses on measurable objectives with outcomes and activities that are in alignment. so this is one way to look at design, but we could also think, well, if we think about instructional designs, then we could also think about the agile design, which the sort of acronym is align, get, set, iterate, and implement, leverage, and evaluate, which is learner focused. So there we can take not just the content focus, we can take a learner focus. And focus on the learner and how they engage and interact with the content. And we can also, there's yet another design model, understanding by design, which focuses on teaching to achieve understanding, and usually looks at the outcome and kind of back engineers the syllabus.
Okay, thank you for your contribution, Dr. Katalin. All right, so as the starting point is the needs analysis, well, you need to be careful about the cognitive and social development of your learners, and also their areas of interests, their needs, their motivational topics are also important. So all these things should be taken into account when you are designing a course. I just made a figure like that. So on top of that, these are the types of the needs that we talked about, all those things in the previous presentations, by the way. We talked about target needs, and maybe this might be new for this presentation. I added the learner needs just next to the target needs, because in the literature, target needs are divided into three parts, like necessities. So what do our students need to learn? Actually, and for medicine students, what do my students need to learn? Do they need to learn how to make effective presentations, for example? Do they need to learn how to analyze texts because they are reading scientific articles? How to analyze texts and then how to synthesize 2 articles and then make an effective presentation, let's say. So they have to know the important vocabulary, the useful expressions. Like we said, the gap is the gap between what they should know and what they know. What is the present situation for them, actually? That's the gap between these notions. And what do they want to learn? This is also an important issue. So when we are designing our needs analysis tool, we may ask questions, just considering all these tips. And learner needs, why are they learning? Why am I teaching this ESP course, actually? These are the learner needs. So target needs can be more objective, but we can say learner needs can be more subjective. It may depend on the learners, and it may depend on the program that you're teaching. So these are the topics, the definitions, the explanations of these topics. All right. I want to focus on the needs analysis tools. Well, here I just put the method, the advantages of this specific method for needs analysis and disadvantages and examples from the literature. If you are into this, I can send it later, by the way. I won't talk about it in a very detailed way, by the way. We won't elaborate on it, but let's focus on the method. Because we all discussed the importance of needs analysis tools, but what are those tools? For example, what can you do in your own ESP courses? Non-expert intuitions, so this is just very subjective, something very subjective and unreliable. This is the disadvantaged one. Good practitioner intuitions, by the way. But what about the more reliable issues? Structured interviews. These are the most frequently used tools in needs analysis. surveys, questionnaires, and we just started to prepare a questionnaire, for example, in one of the morning sessions. And language audits are the needs analysis tools. And also observation, for example, Dr. Esma, I remember you said observation is my tool that I use a lot in my ESP courses. I remember you're mentioning about that. So we may think about it, if you put it in a more structured way, okay, you can just design a survey or something, but otherwise observing, it's just your non-expert or expert practitioner intuition. What are you observing, for example? If you're just recording what you're observing, it is more structured, it becomes more structured, and discuss it with other experts, other lecturers in the institution, it becomes more structured. So these are important issues about needs analysis. After needs analysis, we need to specify the content. Here, the keywords are relative usefulness and relative difficulty. So these are important ideas, actually. Students should find the content difficult at the same level as their subject matter courses. Sometimes teachers design their courses easier than the students' subject matter courses. So students lose motivation in that case. And also, content should lead the language. I mean, the students should find the content useful. So we need to be careful about the content specification here. That's really a very difficult job. Okay, but generally what I observe, we are using course books, and the course books units are the contents that we don't specify, that we are just obliged to use. Am I right? Do you agree with me? I don't know, but if you need to design a course from scratch, maybe you can just take these into account, the importance of content specification. Okay.
Absolutely.
So this is an old, yeah, thank you. This is an old, this is taken from an old material, Factors Affecting ESP Course Design. So this summarizes what I have taught so far. At the bottom of the figure, we see the questions who, why, where, and where. So it's very important to ask the important questions, actually. It's very important to ask the correct questions, because you need to find your way, and it's very dull. It's a very challenging position to prepare a course, an ESP course. So you need to ask the important questions. So the first question, the questions at the bottom of the figure make the needs analysis, actually. They form the needs analysis questions also. Why do the learners need to learn? Why are they taking those ESP courses? Who is involved in my process? We talked about learners, yes, at first sight, learners, but we have also different stakeholders. We talked the other academicians, doctors in my field, let's say for medical students, doctors, lecturers, professors, the graduate students, they are all involved in this process. You can always take information, get information from them. And where does the learning take place? So is the institutional institutional facilities enough for my course, for example? Is there a lab? Or for the engineering students also, the labs are very important. So can I arrange something? Can I arrange a material or a content just to be processed in a lab? This is something very important. And when does the learning take place? The timing is really important here. And one of the important questions start with what question word? What do students need to learn? What aspect of language are they practicing? Do they need 4 skills and the other language areas? Or should I skip one of them, or should I maybe put in the later steps maybe? Or should I prioritize a different skill more? So what level of proficiency are they at, and what topics will be covered, and what type of tasks will be performed? By the way, you can think about the answers, okay? While we are talking about this figure, you can talk about the answers for your own situation, maybe. Maybe you can give examples from your own situation, by the way. And how, this is another magical question, how will the learning be achieved? What is your methodology? How are you going to teach it? Are you going to use a task-based language learning or content-based language learning? That's both of them are very suitable for ESP learners, by the way. I like both of them. And what kind of methodology are you planning for your students? And how are you going to assess your students? Are you going to carry out some achievement tests, for example, or are you going to assess your students' progress, ongoing process throughout the term? Formative assessment, portfolio assessment, for example, these are all important issues, and you need to design, you need to consider all these things before you start your teaching, before you start your classroom instruction. So which language theory, for example, are you going to follow? Are you going to follow still, we're all EFL teachers at the same time, we know communicative language teaching, and the contemporary, we all know the contemporary approaches born with the communicative language teaching. So what is my approach to language learning? I need to be careful. I need to be precise about those things. Can you give examples from your own situations, by the way? For example, I have heard there are some teachers who are teaching for engineering students, computer, instructional technology or something. And medicine students, and what else? Architecture. I remember those fields, those disciplines. So can you give examples from your tasks, from your, for example, what is your theory? What is your approach to language teaching? So how are you going to assess your students? How are you evaluating your student progress? Can you give examples? Or maybe you can detect some lacks. You can just, what can you do? You can assess your own teaching, by the way. Question your own course by looking at these notions. How do your students learn?
In my field, it is always the how that is being questioned, because not undermining the other factors, but with the new technological advances, with the students being more aware day by day, being more curious, being digitally aware, let's call it like that. It is the how that we question all the time. I mean, it is not just ESP. I mean, with the teachers of ESP in our institute, it is they are always questioning, how can we keep up with students expecting to learn, let's say, design and attractive subjects? How can we keep up with English? How English can keep up with them, and what will be useful to them? So we have like, let's say, two branches here for praxis-based. So for like professionals, students who envision to become professionals, so to become designers and create their own pieces of art and their own products. And then we have the researchers who are actually trying to write theses and articles and stuff like that. And ESP here as a subject finds, the teachers finds themselves trying to balance between these two, trying to, how can we keep it attractive? How can we keep up with them? And how can we help them, both of these profiles that sometimes sit in the same class? So it is always this challenge with ESP teachers in design schools, let's call it like that. So yeah.
That's why I said the magic question word, how, because when you find answer to that question, how, so you solve most of your problems.
We are trying through trial and error. We are trying to find the answer to the magical question. So,
yeah, I'm sorry to intervene, Dr. Busatski. It's very interesting. Yet you need to quick up, please, because Dr. Ahmed is waiting.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay, then let's go on. So I said this is an old but still valid factors affecting your ESP course design. So I adopted from another source, Alexander Urgent and Spencer, and then I just prepared a scheme for an ESP course design. So on top of this scheme, you see the curriculum, and then you design your ESP course according to your needs analysis, and then you prepare your syllabus, you select your materials carefully, and you decide on your methodology and the assessment types. And then basically we have our lessons and classroom activities. Actually, this is the whole picture, the whole framework for the ESP course design. So maybe we can finish with a short activity. Can you match the items on the right to the notions on the scheme here on the framework? For example, task-based language teaching. And can you add more, by the way, just to broaden the horizons about the methodology, about the theory that we're going to follow, about the methodology that we can use in a course design? You can add more. Okay. For example, task-based language teaching. In which part in that figure, in which part would you put it?
Where?
Task-based language teaching, for example, the first one. Can you match these notions to the items in this figure?
I guess with methodology.
Methodology. Okay. Can you tell me more methodological, theoretical knowledge about how we teach ESP course? Class-based, for example, content-based language teaching, it might be. Okay. If you have more, please feel free to contribute to this one, because this summarizes the whole framework for ESP course design. Formative evaluation, that's related to assessment. In terms of formative evaluation, you might prefer summative evaluation, where you just focus on students' achievement and product at the end of the term. And formative evaluation, the ongoing process, Dr. Wafa mentioned there, they generally focus on the ongoing assessment. Okay, course books, materials, or portfolio assessment, again, assessment, problem-based activities. You can create classroom activities. Can you tell me more classroom activities that you're using in your courses? Do you use problem-based activities?
Yeah, it works. Problem-based activity, it works so much within such a context.
Okay. So it is really appropriate for ESP learners. They like problem-solving activities. They like lateral thinking, reflective thinking, critical thinking. So we need to arrange all our classroom activities on higher order thinking skills.
I don't know how to classify this, but they like also real life situations. Real life means that they play a role on, or for example, they need English to present for conferences. They like the fact, for example, someone is acting as a the role of a moderator, the other is a presenter. So the real life situations really, I mean, based on my experience, it works well, and they play the role as it should be.
So role-playing activities.
Yes, role-playing.
So we can say when we are selecting the materials or when we are designing the materials, we should be careful about authentic materials and also authenticity. This is another topic that we should be careful about. Dr. Wafa, this is what you say, authenticity. They like engaging in real life situations in the classroom.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. So cooperative learning, we may be careful about cooperative. They like working together in groups, in pairs. Using digital tools is another. By the way, I'm just answering because I don't want to take time from Dr. Ahmed. I'm just answering these questions. I'm sure all the people here are capable of matching all those things with the right places on this figure. Flipped learning, we can also design. These are all topics of material design. So I didn't want to prepare something very in a very detailed way or in a very broad way, because this is something about material design, but just to give an idea and just to make you have an insight about the classroom activities, I just wanted to integrate these things. Flipped learning can be achieved in ESP courses as well. And feedback, we can also match it with assessment procedures. Okay. So I planned it to be interactive, this part, but again, I don't want to take too much time. So to conclude, actually, I planned, finally, I planned as a food for thought. As an ESP teacher, can you write key components and parameters of ESP course design in principles? Maybe we can deduce some principles like this. For example, when preparing materials, we should use authentic materials, and we should be careful about the authenticity, real life situations, real life tasks, let's say. Like these principles, this is just food for thought. After this presentation, you may think about it, or maybe next time we can write the principles all together about a course, about the ESP course design. As you see, to conclude very briefly, this is a very, very important and systematic selection of the materials, all the items, and we should be careful about ESP course design, considering all these components. We must take all these things into account, and then we need to familiarize our learners with real life situations, because we are preparing them for professional life. So our courses should be parallel to their course about their professional life. These are the last words I wanted to say. It has been a very fast presentation. Yes, Dr. Wafa?
It is a very interesting and successful presentation. Let me just add one thing. We're with you to conclude altogether your presentation. Say a good preparation makes a good teacher, whether an ESP or EGP one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. All right. Do you have any questions or contributions, suggestions?
So anyone who has any contribution can unmute and ask Dr. Burshak, since she's still here, or you can write your question in the chat box as usual, and we will try to answer it. Dr. Burshak, it was really a very, very interesting presentation, food for thoughts, as well as clarifying. And what I liked is the continuity with the other presentations that we've seen up till now. It seems like it's the culmination of everything that we have been discussing from the morning till now. So if there are no questions, sorry, and no comments, we will be moving on to our last participant, Dr. Ahmed Erdos Yastibash, an English language instructor at Gazi University, who has a PhD degree in English language teaching. He will be telling us about designing a syllabus for ESP classes. So Dr. Ahmed, the floor is yours with no further ado.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my screen with you first.
Yes, of course.
Okay, this is going to, today I'm going to make a presentation about developing a syllabus for ESP classes. Before I start, we should know that syllabus design is a very long process, and it cannot be possible to explain everything in 20 or 30 minutes. But while I was doing research for this presentation, I came across with a very good paper, and I designed my presentation on this paper. As you said, my name is Ahmet Erdos Yastıbaş, and I'm an English language instructor at Gazi University. This is the outline of my presentation. First, I will give brief information about the introduction. Then I will explain. I divided my presentation into two parts: as theoretical part and practical part. In theoretical part, I'm going to explain what a syllabus is and what are the steps of designing a syllabus. And in practical part, I'm going to I designed a sample syllabus for a short-term ESP writing course, and I'm going to show you how we can implement the steps that I'm going to mention into the design of a syllabus. Then I will finish my presentation. But before I start my topic, I have two questions for you, for you, and also for the participants. My first question is this: why is ESP important for English language learners? You can write your answers on chat if you want.
Because they need it either for promotion or to fulfill a particular purpose, either in their academic studies or career. It can be also for promotions.
Yes, you are
get
right.
Promoted.
Yeah, you are right. Anyone else who wants to share his or her idea?
They may need it for work. For example, they are already working, and they may need to communicate in English, for example, in an international team, or they use English with clients.
Yeah, you are right. Yes, as you see, thank you for your answers. As dear professors mentioned, ESP is important for English language learners because they need to have the knowledge of language that they can use in a professional environment, and they can be prepared to work in a professional environment with ESP courses. Yeah, you are right. Also, by designing, we can provide our students with specific contents to meet their needs. Yes, you are right. And my second question is this: what is the place of syllabus design in English for specific purposes? What can you say about that?
Syllabus design? Would you paraphrase the question, maybe to be even clearer?
Oh, okay. As you know, the first step to deliver a course is to design its syllabus. So, what is the place of designing a syllabus, or why is it important to design a syllabus for ESP courses? Am I clear now?
Yes, in order to fulfill, cater, satisfy the needs of the learners who are supposed to use this particular English for their academic studies or for future career.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I suppose without a syllabus, one can teach, but there is no plan. So the syllabus provides the teaching plan for the course. It determines what the content is, how it is going to be taught, when it is going to be taught, what methods are going to be used, and how it's going to be assessed. So that's the plan. It's possible to do, to act without a plan, but it's not going to be very effective, I suppose. So we need a syllabus to, not just for us, but the students need to know what they are going to learn and how they are going to learn and how they are going to be assessed.
Yes, we can say, yes, thank you. Here, what I mean is this, language-centered, learning-centered skills. I'm talking about learning-centered, English language learning-centered, or we can say that competence-based syllabus. As you know, the main purpose of an ESP course is to provide our students with special skills that they need while they are working. For example, how to write an official email. This is going to be when I say syllabus, I mean these kind of things. I think it is clear now. Yes, thank you for your answers. As you said, we can use a syllabus. We can say that syllabus design is the backbone of delivering an ESP course effectively, because without a syllabus, we may not know what to do. Our students may not know what to do, and the purpose of the course will, the course will not be efficient. I can say. And when it comes to the theoretical part, I have another question for you. What is a syllabus? How can you define syllabus? Okay. How can we define a syllabus? What can you say about that?
A syllabus is equivalent to course and is a set of tasks, okay?
Yeah.
To be taught for learners, yeah.
Thank you.
And it's based, of course, on needs analysis for the case of ESP.
Yes, you are right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think as I said previously, the syllabus is, in very simple terms, a teaching plan.
Yes. Thank you. According to Oxford Learners Dictionary, we can define a syllabus like this. A syllabus is a list of topics, books, etc. that students should study in a particular subject at school or at college. We can say that, as you see, it's a kind of teaching plan which shows what to study in each week, and how students are going to assess what kind of things they should read, what kind of things they are going to acquire at the end of the course. We can say, we can define syllabus like that. Yeah, thank you. You are also right. We can also define it as what learners need to be learned for the use of English in their specific field. Okay. When it comes to designing a syllabus, I can say that according to Srinivasan, sorry my pronunciation, because I don't know how to pronounce this surname, there are 5 steps that can be followed in syllabus design. These are as follows. First of all, we should determine what we want the course to achieve overall. Secondly, we should map the arc of the course, and we should create links between classes, modules, and cases. We should balance technique with overall takeaways, and we should materials that represent course objectives. And if we look at the first one, we can say that the most important thing in syllabus design is to determine key learnings. We can define key learnings as the outcomes of the course that we expect our students to meet or to be able to do at the end of our course. And while we are doing this, while we are determining what we want our course to achieve overall, we can ask 2 questions to ourselves. The first question is why our students are learning what they are learning, and the second one is what technique is required. Here, technique refers to knowledge required to operate the key learnings. And if we decide our key learnings, we can easily find a set of topics to be included in our syllabus, we can say. And when it comes to mapping out the arc of the course, here the arc of the course refers to the topics that to be studied and learned during the course and their order in their syllabus. As I said, if we carefully determine our key learnings, we can use our key learnings to structure the course subject by subject or unit by unit. And After we map out the arc of the course, we can create links between classes, modules, and cases. In our context ESP, we can reword this step as creating links between classes. As you know, learning is a kind of chain, and each chain is connected to the previous one and the following one. So we need to create links between our subjects, so that our students can understand that everything in the syllabus is related to and connected to with each other based on a purpose. And if we do this, our students can know where they are going in their learning and where they will go. And here, as I said, each topic in the syllabus should focus on one aspect of the course deeply, and we should build each topic on the previous topic. We should create clear connections between our topics so that our students can understand what they are learning and why they are learning what they are learning, I can say. The fourth one is balancing technique with overall takeaways. Here, takeaway refers to what students will perform after learning the technical knowledge. As I said, technical knowledge refers to technical knowledge refers to information or knowledge that our students need to know to perform a certain action. And here we need to balance between technical knowledge and overall takeaways, because if we focus on technical knowledge too much, our students may not have enough chances to practice or may not have enough chance to put what they learn theoretically into practice. So unfortunately, we may not achieve our course outcomes. Or if we focus on ways too much, and if we ignore the technical knowledge, this may mean that our students learn something, but whether they learned correct or not is not clear or cannot be understood easily. And the last one is picking materials that best represent course objectives. This is the final step, and as you know, we need to select our materials very carefully, because if our materials are not aligned with our learning goals, unfortunately, there may be some gaps between what we want to achieve and what we study in our classes. And because of that, our course cannot achieve its outcomes, I can say. And when it comes to implementing these stages into developing into syllabus design for an ESP course, I prepared a kind of imaginary syllabus, but in which I applied all of these steps to its design. And as one of the participants said, the first step in syllabus design is to make a needs analysis. And here I said that I thought that some B1 learners, English learners, wanted to improve themselves in business English writing course. And the name of the project is developing a short-term business English writing course. And as needs analysis, we can prepare a questionnaire like that. In this case, I prepared 3 questions. The first one is, why do you want to study business English writing? The second one is, how do you want to study business English writing? And the third one is, how do you want the course to be delivered? And as I said, these are imaginary responses to the question. Let's think that 2 of the students said, I want to learn how to write an official email to my boss, colleague, or customer. And one of them said, I want to learn how to write a cover letter to be used for a job application. And the third one says, I want to learn how to prepare a CV. And when it comes to the answers, responses to the second question, as you see, participant 1 prefers learning by doing. The second one prefers pair work or group work. The third one says, I need practice to learn. And the last one says, I learn better when I study individually. And when it comes to the third question, as you see, all of the participants prefer an online business English writing course. And how, depending on what they, depending on the answers to the first question, we can develop things like that. The first one is we can develop our key learnings like this one. At the end of the course, students will be able to prepare a CV, write a cover letter that they can use when applying for a job, and write an official email to their bosses, customers, and colleagues. As you see, I ordered these key learnings from the simple one to the difficult one. And we can, when we design our syllabus for an ESP course, we need to follow this. I mean, we can start from the simple to the difficult one. And when it comes to mapping out the arc of the course, as I said, we can use after we determine what our course, after we determine what we want our course to achieve overall, we can use these key learnings to as the map of our course. And here, as you see, I developed 3 key learnings for this course. And depending on the course, I designed the arc of this course like this: CV preparation, cover letter writing, email writing.
Dr. Ahmed,
yes.
I'm sorry for the interruption, but could we please speed up a little bit, because we really went overboard on time. So if you do not mind, I will be giving you an additional 5 minutes in order to wrap up, if that is okay with you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And as I said, you need to create links between classes like that: CV preparation, cover letter writing, and email writing. And when you have these things as in the arc of your course, you can write explanations between them. And if you read the explanations carefully, you will see that each of these units or each of these modules is built on the previous one. And balancing technique and overall with the overall takeaways. And as I said, depending on the choice of the imaginary participants, I decided that this course will be delivered online. And some of them preferred practice, I designed it like that: 1 theory lesson, 1 practice. I mean, there are 2 online lessons each week, 1 theory lesson and 1 practice lesson. And this is what they are going to do in each of these lessons. So that I try to create a balance between technique and overall takeaways. Also, as one of the students prefer individual study, as one of the students has preferred individual study, I also added an assignment part that the participants of the course have to do individual work or individual homework, as you see. And when it comes to picking materials that represent course objectives, we can, depending on the content of the course, I decided to select some parts from English course books which focus on CV writing, cover letter writing, and email writing. To develop tasks, we can use examples that are available on the internet. And also, when we design something like that, we need to pay attention to copyright issues. To conclude, we can say that syllabus design requires careful planning because it is the backbone of a course, and English language teachers can use the steps mentioned in this presentation to develop an ESP course syllabus. I'm here to if you have any. Okay. I can say that, I mean, it seems to be organized or ordered according to, it seems to be organized chronologically, but when we consider the content of CV preparation, cover letter writing, and email writing, we can say that it is organized from the simple one to the difficult one. Yeah, you may write, maybe we can change the places of email writing and cover letter writing, depending on what we are going to teach in cover letter writing. Any more questions?
I don't think so anymore on the chat box.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma. I guess now we have arrived to conclusion. Thank you so much for the for this.
I will be concluding very quickly this.
Yes, would you please invite, you make your conclusion, you then invite Dr. Turki as the president of also this
of course.
International conference. I give him the concluding words. Thank you so much, Dr. Asma.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay.
Just
thank
quickly
you very much
going.
Okay,
yes,
thank you
Dr.
very much
Ahmed, thank you. Sorry, sorry, interrupting you. So thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for this very rich presentation, especially showcasing through an example how we can design a syllabus that is really the culmination of everything that we were talking about. In continuation with everyone else's participation. So quickly going back to this session, we had 3 speakers, and coincidentally, or let's say that it is the beauty of research that each and every participant added something else on what was already previously said. We emphasized on the need analysis in ESP courses, in how to design a syllabus, in how to think of the different methodologies as a tool for us teachers, and how to adapt to how our students have various needs, and how these needs differ from each day actually, and how these needs are specific to each student. So Dr. Joanna spoke about need analysis, how defined need analysis and the tools for it, defining ESP needs in correlation to lack, wants, and necessities. And with an intervention, actually surprisingly, about the COVID pandemics, how it changed our dynamics as teachers, and the challenges that pushed us actually to consider need analysis even further. For Dr. Bursak, we actually spoke about key components in ESP course design, the difficulty of course design in ESP, and how we should review characteristics, factors in order to create an adequate environment for students. We emphasized once again on need analysis and how need analysis could actually help us design ESP courses in accordance to specific goals, and the importance of feedback channels. And finally, with Dr. Ahmed, we spoke about developing a syllabus for ESP classes, and through a simulation of a questionnaire, we actually went through the steps of designing a syllabus. So we applied the theoretical model onto a case study, let's say it like that, emphasizing on the balance between theory and practice while designing the syllabus in order to have an effective ESP course. So thank you really to all the participants and to the interaction, the rich interaction. Through this session, we did have a very constructive discussion that would give birth to new conferences and workshop themes. Thank you, Dr. Wafé, for the opportunity, and I will be leaving the conclusion of this workshop to the president of this workshop, Professor Turki, actually. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. May I take the floor?
Sure, it's all yours, Dr. Turki.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Almiki. As you know, a co-president of this workshop, I would like to just say a few words concerning this tiny incident which took place this morning, because some people wanted to disturb our workshop. And I think I would like to say that, you know, we constitute a community, all the participants and also the active audience. We collaborate, we benefit, and even we like each other. We are from different countries and continents, from Poland, from England, from Malaysia, from Turkey, from Tunisia, from Algeria, from different horizons. We belong to different generations, but we appreciate our collaboration. We represent the future. We represent the light, and we represent the assurance for a better world. Nothing and no one, I'm sure, is going to deter us from our path. And the others, they can't constitute a community. They are always lonely. They are bitter. They are heinous. They are envious. They are mean. They are resentful. In my word, they are evil. And if they think that in the slightest proportions, they would have harmed the Democratic Center or the workshop or Dr. Warneki personally, they are very far from the reality, because Dr. Warneki represents the 21st modern university teacher. She's brilliant. She's an excellent ESP teacher. She's a good TEFL teacher. She is a high-ranked researcher and supervisor. She masters any kind of ICT means for the sake of teaching. So how are they going to harm us? We constitute the good community. And I can assure you, Dr. Warneki, that if you organize the slightest, the smallest scientific event, not a study day, a morning day, an afternoon day, I will be the first to contribute and to participate, and I will be the last to leave the meeting. I have always backed you. I have always helped you if you required my help, and it will be always the case. And please, I would like to thank you for your hard work and you offering us this opportunity to produce a kind of scientific research, whatever humble it is, but it's anyway a contribution in scientific investigation. God bless you and thank you very much.
I'm very moved, Dr. Turki, of your words. You know, you always back me up and you have really made my day. Okay, you have made this, the conclusion is the best ever. Thank you so much. I'm speechless and I cannot really thank you enough. Starting from the first, okay, backing me, starting from the first workshop, not only from when I was a student till today, I'm really speechless and moved. God bless you, and I'll be always honored to have you as a president, not a co-one. Thank you so much.
Be sure of one thing, Dr. Warneki, that's all of the participants and even the honorable audience, they feel that they want to express, I'm sure, their entire solidarity with you. And please go ahead. Do not look back. And I will always encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Turki. I'd like to thank you for supporting me. Okay, all the time, finding you by my side means a lot to me. Well, I'd like to thank all the keynote speakers, all the contributors, the president, also Professor Meltem, who has been with us, all dear colleagues from different parts of the world for taking part in this international workshop. And I totally agree with you, Dr. Turki, and nothing will stop us working and collaborating together all the time. We would like to tell them at the end something: we will never give up, and we will be surprising you very soon, inshallah. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Dr. Asma, you want to say something?
I want to just comment on what Dr. Turki said. Regardless of what happened this morning, this workshop has been a success. The conversations, the interactions were really a success. A lot of new ideas, a lot of exchanges between different colleagues, a very, very fruitful exchange. Thank you, Dr. Wafe, for the opportunity and for gathering us on this very nice opportunity, and we got to know each other, and we got to exchange ideas, which will be very fruitful for everyone, I am sure, in the future. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. I guess Professor Madhu wants to add something before the conclusion. Professor Madhu, you have been requesting something here. You can make some.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful session. From the first session that I attended to now, you have done wonders in trying to get ESP across in Algeria and building it. And it is something that not everybody is willing to do. And your motivation, your drive is very evident and obvious as you see participants coming in. And the best part is having participants who are very proactive, very active, very responsive. And that makes the whole workshop even better. And kudos to you, my dear, kudos. If I was there, I'll give you a hug.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhu.
Yeah.
Yes, any others? Please, Dr. Posachi, Joanna, concluding words, and we will be leaving the session.
Dear Dr. Wafa, thank you for inviting me for this very fruitful session. It was really a pleasure to be a distinguished academicians, researchers, and motivated teachers participating all the time. Thank you. This area is really neglected, has been neglected for years, because in the ELT departments, when we were training as an EFL teacher in the ELT departments, we didn't take courses about ESP, EAP courses, how to teach. We didn't know how to teach ESP courses. So when the students graduate from the university and then when they start their careers, they see that there is a field of ESP and we need to give courses in the faculties of different universities. This is what happens at universities in Turkey, for example. Students, novice teachers are really surprised because they need to design courses, they need to design their syllabus, they need to design their own materials. They try to find course books suitable for their different types of students from different disciplines. So the mindset behind this ESP courses is really important, and we need to tell about these things to novice teachers, and also we need to update ourselves all the time, I see. So this was perfect from the beginning till the end. Thank you, Wafa, for this opportunity, for giving me this opportunity. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Catalina and Dr. Joanna? Yeah.
Yes, if I may, I would like also to share the opinion of my four speakers, and I would like to thank you very much for everything, for the invitation and for the great event. I will add only one thing that, learning by doing. So this workshop is the best proof of the very successful needs analysis, because observing the reactions, the interactions, contributions of our participants, and also what we've learned as presenters, I mean, it's wonderful event that is needed, and I think that's very important. So thank you very much for the great event, amazing idea, and for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to meeting you in person in Poland soon, inshallah. Thank you so much, dear. Yeah, I guess Dr. Catalin is about to conclude. By the way, Dr. Catalin, Dr. Turki has told me that he wants to ask you questions since the beginning before you conclude. Dr. Turki, are you still with us?
Yes. Who wants to ask the question? I want to ask the question. She wants to ask me a question.
No, you want to ask her a question. Dr. Catalin is with us.
About her contribution. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's too late. Maybe another occasion. Thank you very much. God bless.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Dr.
We do
Catalin.
have a participant who wants, sorry for interrupting you, Dr. Catalin, but I just want to remind Dr. Wafé that we do have a participant who has a question. So after Dr. Catalin, please don't forget about her.
Okay, inshallah. Yeah, Dr. Catalin, the floor is yours.
As I said at the beginning of my talk, I'm very pleased and honored to have been invited. I'm specifically encouraged because I work in the United Kingdom in a native speaker context. You might have an idea about working in the English-speaking center. And I'm very, very pleased to be able to share ideas with those who work in a completely different context. I also appreciate the opportunity to learn and also to share and also to see that there is ESP outside the United Kingdom. There is a lot that is going on, a lot of research, a lot of good teaching, a lot of thinking, a lot of sharing ideas. And I think I specifically enjoyed the workshop nature of this gathering, that we didn't just present and then had a 10-minute slot for questions, but we could discuss as we went along, we could interrupt, we could get an answer, we could ask a question. So I think it is an event that if there is yet another one, I would love to come back, and I would love to see you all and continue the dialogue with you. Dr. Madhu mentioned she encouraged the participants to do things and publish. Well, that was needs analysis, I think, and publish. And I'd just like to invite you all to check out Professional and Academic English, which is the journal of the IATEFL's ESP-SIG. And I happen to be the editor-in-chief. So
fantastic.
You'd be very welcome to submit articles, or we call them reports from the classroom. If you have students who are at that level, if you work on teacher training programs and you've got students who are at that level, we also accept submissions from masters and PhD students. So that's an opportunity for you to share your work with the ESP community. And I'm really grateful again to Dr. Wafat for organizing this and inviting me, and I look forward to the continuation and wish you all well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Catalin, for your effective collaboration. Yes, I guess now we have to answer just the last question, since we are all here, and we will say goodbye, okay? So what is the question? You're welcome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for your presentations. Unfortunately, I was not lucky enough to attend all the presentations. Well, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Bunabrani Sabil, a fresh master's graduate from the University of Biskra, Algeria. And I'm about to set for the PhD contest in ESP. So I really need your help in suggesting some literature to read before setting for the contest, because I really am lost. You know, there's a plethora of researchers who attempted to work on ESP, yet there's I couldn't find an accurate one or a book to follow. So, and also I'd like to thank Dr. Turki, because he was my teacher and I admire his work. Thank you. I'd like to thank him for his presentation, and I'd really appreciate any answer you give me. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. God bless.
Okay, I guess Dr. Turki, he has made all of us, okay? It means that he has paved the way for all of us. No one can deny his contribution worldwide, not only at the level of Mohammed Khidr University of Biskra. Well, I guess I can tell you that this workshop is recorded. You can benefit of all the presentations, okay? It's recorded, and you may contact, they have already submitted their emails. You may contact them to help you for the PhD contest, sorry. And they'll be sharing, okay, the link, or you can just have access directly on the Democratic Arabic Center. You will find it live and live on Facebook, okay, and even recorded. I guess we have arrived to conclude. Thank you again, once again, for making this international workshop a success. Looking forward to more collaborations. And I would like to say that I have observed that ESP is flourishing now in Algeria, and another colleague is organizing from SIF University, is organizing a webinar on teaching ESP, okay, local and international perspectives, which will be held on Saturday 14th online and hosted by the Democratic Arabic Center. If you would like to join, you may be sharing in the chat box, Dr. Fouzia, the link, so that they can join you on Saturday, inshallah. So I'd like to thank you all over again. Thank you so much for your fruitful collaborations and effective participations. Thank you all. Looking forward to meeting you in other scientific events. Thank you all, and God bless you. Goodbye.
Dr. Wafa, perhaps you could take a group photo. The last time we forgot as well. It'll be a good memory for you. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yes, she wants Professor Madhu. She wants a photo, so if you'd like.
Yeah, I think we should all take one. I think it'll be good for your record.
Okay, dear. Okay, Professor. Can you turn your cameras on, if you don't mind? Yeah. Okay, I'll be taking it. Thank you so much indeed. God bless you all. See you in upcoming events. Let's say goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a nice day. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Wafa, just a second. Let me copy the emails of the participants, and then you can go. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Congrats, Wafa. Never give up.
Thank you so much. I'll never do. Okay. And Dr. Turki's speech has given me even power. I'm already thinking of organizing something else very soon.
As you should. As you should.
Okay.
Thank you all. So goodbye. So we took all the information of the participant. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you all. Goodbye. God bless you all. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.